People. What's up? Surprise, surprise. I know you man are expecting the coach. Welcome to the coach's desk, though. My name is Rome, your boy from the fourth official, and I'm substituting today. The coach finally decided to take me off the bench and put me in live. So we're here. And just to let you guys know, the coach will be back soon. He'll be back on this stream actually. He's just out taking care of some business, the coach business, and so he's asked for a substitute appearance to come in and take over just for a few. So I'm here. We're gonna talk about tonight a whole bunch of stuff. We have a whole lot of stuff going on. So just let me go ahead and remind you who I am again. My name is Rome from the Fourth Official YouTube channel. So I'm gonna take this opportunity to plug the YouTube channel again. Go over to the Fourth Official when you get a chance. Touch the red button and subscribe to the thing. All right. So tonight we're going to talk about a few things. We're going to talk about Michail Antonio. We're going to talk about Bobby Reid. We're going to talk about Ravel Morrison. But before we get into the meat of the matters, let's see if you guys let's jump into a little recap of what's going on, especially in the Premier League. So this weekend is the last game day for the Premier League. Of course, Manchester City already won. Second place is already determined by Manchester United. And of course, third and fourth is yet to be decided between three teams. That's Leicester, Chelsea, and Liverpool. So we're gonna talk about that in a few, but we can big up some of the people in the chat. Man like David Daly, bless up yourself from Canada, Manners. Fresh God, check, Fresh God, bless up yourself, man. Make sure everybody drop a like on the video. All right. Make sure you drop a like on the live. Share it with all your friend them, tell a friend and your friend them friend to come over and watch the coach's desk. Tonight it's gonna be a massive discussion. As the coach always say, this is the first night of a 3-day weekend where you have a trick out a lives starting tonight. I'm sure he's gonna be back tomorrow and further on. All right, so what we have coming at it? With that, Yankee Graham, bless up yourself, up and running. Shadrach Mackenzie, bless up yourself, my friend. Fresh God as usual. As me saying at the chat, you man are in for a treat. So make sure everybody interact, get with the live. Make sure you drop a like on the video, and let's keep it moving. Who that? Mr. Plunkett, you're early. Shaquille in the chat. Blessings, man. I know the coach, Ian, and the coach assistant, is he? The substitute is here, man. Bless up yourself. Manners. I got Yankee Graham. Bless up yourself, man. People, just a little bit of introduction. This is not the typical coach's desk. This is my little lair, my little man cave. And for the next, I don't know, half hour to an hour before the coach come on, you will be talking to this man right here. So let's talk a little bit more about sporting events that's been going on. As we say, the Premier League has been decided. We still have a few more games to finish off the season. Like Arsenal is still fighting to finish 7th. So all your Arsenal fans out there, this last game you might have an opportunity to become 7th. Tottenham is struggling to keep Arsenal behind them. Tottenham have Leicester this coming Sunday. The three big games that everybody will be watching is the Liverpool game, Chelsea game, and the Leicester City game, because Liverpool wins. That means Leicester, again, after doing such good work in the entire season, has fallen out of the top 4 again. That is if Chelsea also loses or doesn't win the game and Leicester can jump past them. So all three teams have the potential to not make the top 4. Can you imagine if Liverpool doesn't make the top 4 this season? Mad. So we'll go back to the comments again. Andrew, big up yourself. With that MPEC TV, big up yourself. Edmund Sadler, big up yourself. Welcome, people. Slowly coming in. Make sure you like the video, as you said. Tell everybody for coming in. So yeah, that's basically what's going on in England in terms of football. Over in France, that league is still not over as yet either. That's going down to the last day of the season, where Lille is leading by 1 point. I'm gonna lead PSG, and all Lille have to do is match PSG score. PSG results are just win the game. That simple. Lille has been doing well over the season, and I, for one, don't really want PSG to win again. The money grabbing, or we come up fly by night, pitch by day money teams, and like PSG was nothing 5-6 years ago, fam. before the money coming in. And now Lille's going to win their first championship in 10 to 15 years. So hopefully they can pull it off. The Spanish league has not yet been decided either. Real Madrid still have a chance of winning if Atletico Madrid were to lose or draw. Then Real Madrid might jump past them due to I think, and I don't want to give you bad information, but in Spain they don't use, when the two teams have the same amount of points, they don't use goal difference like in England. They use the head-to-head. So it depends on the results between the two for the past 2 games in the season will determine the winner of the league if they finish same on points. Let's see. We'll see man talk about now the comment. I need Leicester to win so they can finish in top 4. Yes, Mark Plunkett. That's what I'm saying to. They deserve to be in the top 4. All of them deserve to be in the top 4. Except the only team who don't deserve to be in there Liverpool. Liverpool not for they in the top 4 straight. Them are Plunkett. Liverpool not for they in the top 4. But they do have an easy match. But again, nothing is easy in England. You know, nothing is easy. It might sound easy on paper, and then as soon as them touch the ball game, different. Top 10, Real Madrid have the lead in the head-to-head. Yeah, see? So if Atletico draw and Real Madrid win the league. The only thing Atletico can do right now is win and guarantee themselves the championship, which I think is great. I don't really want Real Madrid and Barcelona to run away with it again. This year needs to be different. Yeah, I mean, Formula Sports, we're not even going to mention the Bundesliga because I don't think it's called the Bundesliga. I think it's called the Bayern Munich League. We already know who's going to win and how that league is going to finish every single year. It's going to be Bayern Munich, RB Lipstick, and the rest of them. You understand? We know how that's going to go. The top 4 fluctuates a lot, but we know who number 1 will always be regardless. So we're not even worried about that. So yeah, let's switch gears a little bit. There's something that I didn't get to talk about, and while we wait on people to come in, and before we can even start talk about the topic of the day, there's this little thing that's going around about Antonio Watson, class 1 200-meter champion, and I don't know if the coach talked about it. I think I missed that time when the coach talked about Antonio Watson's celebration. And I talked about it on my channel, and I'd like to bring it to the Coach's Desk platform to hear what you guys have to say about Antonio Watson and pretty much how he's being chastised for the celebration of winning that game. Top 10 talking about Serie A. Yeah, Juve, Napoli, and AC Milan fighting for the Champions League. Yes. Wouldn't it be awesome if Juventus not make the top 4? Would I love to see Napoli and AC Milan make it, along with Atalanta and Inter Milan. I don't want Juve make the top 4, fam. I don't want them make the top 4. And all it takes is just AC and Napoli to win the last game, and Juve is kaput. The dominance them man been showing over the past 10 years at Italy, fam, and it just dropped just like that. The standard just dropped during COVID. It's sad to say, but Manchester United is my team, and I'm not wishing any championship for any team that was in that Super League fiasco, fam. Them are. Me not show shade from Liverpool. Me dash the hope. Me cover them up all together with the umbrella, man. Liverpool done, that man. Me not show shade for them. Me have to tell it straight. Liverpool done, dead side. I want them come. I don't want them see nothing but Champions League next year. Nothing in Champions League for them. Nothing. Top 10. Inter Milan and Antonio Conte make it nice that year, you know, man. Inter Milan and Antonio Conte, the man. Him come at Italy, him guard England, win it with Chelsea, right? Mess up the next year, and then the man go Italy. No man win it with Inter Milan, and him a plan to leave. This man they come like football prostitute party. He not stay one place. He just walk all over the place and just win and leave. Yeah. Antonio Conte remind me of Alvaro Morata. Morata play for every team in every country in that continent. They're all over the place, fam. But people, yes, so here's my thoughts on Antonio Conte and talk more in depth about it on my YouTube channel about Antonio Watson. But I do think it bears saying, like it's important for us to say that what Antonio Watson did was absolutely, I don't see anything wrong with what he did. I think he should never have apologized. And in my opinion, I think that's just a young man being excited for doing something that not many people in our country, our island country of Jamaica, can say they do, which is not only is this man participating in Boys and Girls Championship, but this man made the final of the Class 1 200-meter and win it. A race that has produced the names like Usain Bolt, Blake, Asafa Powell, even though he wasn't as popular when he was in high school. But still, the names coming out of races like that, and you are one of them to follow. And through hard work and dedication, you win that race, right? You are allowed to celebrate like that, as many others have done before him, right? Don't forget that many others have done before him. The same way, that's how Jamaicans celebrate people. And I love to hear what you guys think in the comment. But the way that man celebrated was the same way all Jamaicans celebrate across the country since day dot. If you live anywhere outside of Jamaica, Jamaicans are known for that particular celebration. You hear comedians talk about whenever they go near Jamaicans, all they hear is bop, bop, bop. We're known for our music. We're known for our culture, but that is definitely part of our culture. That bop, bop, bop thing. And I'll give you guys a few more examples of how I know that this is a part of us. When you watch your team play, whether it's Tivoli, Harbourview, whoever you watch, or even your club side from England, Manchester United or whatever, whenever they score that all important goal for win the game, as a Jamaican, what the first thing you do, point to your screen and you go bap, 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 big goal. I said it on my YouTube channel, fam. That's all we do. It's instinctive because that's what when they dance. We know it's been a while since man them go dance because of COVID. But when they dance, either when you're a youth or you're in your 20s, and a selector play a bad tune, and I had to start tell them a road, come a road, what you do? Back, 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 pull it up. So it's a part of the culture, fam. Them to leave the youth alone. Them to leave the youth alone. Big man thing. The man not do nothing wrong. You understand? When Courtney Ambrose a lick out man middle stump when you watch cricket as youth a grow up. Courtney Ambrose and all of them Walsh and them man there. All we do a shout back back when man a walk with them head down cause man just knock out in middle stump. You understand? Or when Brian Lara lick one for 4. We've been doing this since day one, fam. The reason why everyone is up in arms about Antonio Watson right now is because our culture, our people are reactionary. So I want you to listen to me and listen to me keenly right now. Right now, we are very reactionary as a country because of what Jamaica is going through in terms of the gun violence. It's getting out of hand, right? It's very much getting out of hand. And because of that, we have a lot of eyes on it, and people are now reactionary. And they're saying, oh, we're going through a lot of gun violence. I know Antonio put up him gun finger. Well, Antonio is not the reason why we're going through gun violence. Poverty is the reason why we're going through gun violence. The youths them now have no opportunity to get better themselves. You understand? Why we not focus on the politicians and we take all of the money and put it in them gas station and give it to them family? Why we not talk about the back in the day politician who bring gun coming to the country? Smith and Wesson do not and will never, does not have a factory in Kingston, but so much gun there in Jamaica. But we're not going to politics, people. We just say leave Antonio alone. Antonio don't do nothing wrong here, sir. Antonio don't do nothing wrong. Antonio will be celebrating him championship while man like Demar and Alfred I go watch Liverpool play Europa League next season. Hopefully they win it. My side I go win it next week, hopefully. Yes, people. So hurry up and come in. We're gonna make man like Fresh God and the rest of the mods them dictate when we drop the link. But we'll be talking tonight about Michail Antonio, the season that he had. We're gonna do a little bit of a season review about Michail Antonio. Bobby D card over Reid. We need to talk about him as well and the potential of him either staying in the Prem, should he go back down with Fulham and stay with Fulham. And also we'll be talking about my guy, Ravel Morrison, and his deleted tweet. We'll be talking about the circumstances behind that tweet and what exactly is going on with Ravel. But yeah, it's going to be interesting finding out what you guys think about the scenario with Michail Antonio, the type of season that he had, and what exactly he'll be doing for Jamaica. I mean, Michail Antonio had to me, had a up and down season, and the reason for that was because he was injury prone this season, and not necessarily just this season. Michail Antonio has always been injury prone, and it has a lot to do with his style of play, his physique, and just in footballing intelligence sometimes. Because if you think about it, when it comes to Michail Antonio is that explosive, continuously running player, right? But he's very muscular as well. And if you know anything about people who are muscular in track and field, the muscular types normally be doing the short sprints, right? Bear with me because I'm putting it together here. If you look at Michail Antonio is built like a sprinter, right? So with the build that Michail Antonio is built, remind me of a Safa Power build. Big thighs, big upper body. So he's very good for the short sprints, which in essence is good for football, because football is all about short sprints, quick sprints here and there. So if you can maintain that for 90 minutes, you're very good. However, with the type of game that Michail Antonio wants to play, is not just the standing striker who will go on quick sprints and quick runs every now and then. Michail Antonio wants to play that Carlos Tevez type of striker, which means running, high press, come down in the midfield, get it, start the counter attack, be the first one in the middle to get onto the ball and score. Bless up yourself, Kevin Reid. Bless up yourself, Mr. Blake. Check. So when it comes to Michail Antonio, he's explosive, but you can't keep that high level of intensity for too long. You understand? That's where you get yourself injured, because the muscles need oxygen, right? So if you're constantly with muscles like that, and you're constantly just seeing high pitch, that's why he has a lot of hamstring injuries. Like if Michail Antonio injured 5 times for the season, 3 out of the 5 are hamstring, because he's so explosive and he's trying to keep that up on a high level for the entire season. Now, what does that do for the Jamaica national team? Well, he can now go on a break, right? Get himself a nice little rest, and then probably link up with Jamaica team for either the Gold Cup or the World Cup qualifiers. And we will need that type of explosiveness. We will need that work ethic up there up front, especially with fast, paced, skillful wingers in and around him. So if you have Bobby Reid on the left, and hopefully, possibly Leon Bailey on the right, then there's going to be a whole lot of movement up front. So we're kind of blessed up front in terms of footballing talent. But yeah, that's the type of football that we will need. So I can't wait to talk to the man them about what they think Michail Antonio is going to bring to Jamaica. Also why they think he's so injury prone, but more importantly, the season that he had, how important he was to West Ham when he initially came back from injury, and more crucially, his lack of goals in the last 3 or 4 games has that been the reason why West Ham didn't really put up much of a fight for make it in the top 4. Because if you guys remember, West Ham was 4th at one point and looking very good to make it in the top 4, but it just fall off bad. And yeah, I see a man mentioned Nathan Redman in the comments. Not sure what the status is on Nathan Redman. We already know the coach of all of the inside info I just him substitute and the man send me none of the juicy in for your Z. But make me know if you man know anything in the comments about Nathan Redman. Make me know. Who you want to qualify for EPL? Swansea or Brentford? No, we can't see captain over there saying more Swansea to qualify for the championship. All right, people. So just to give you a little background, two teams now qualified for the championship. Watford and the winners Norwich. They moved from championship to the Premier League. And then the last team to be qualified is doing a playoff. So you have Swansea, Brentford, Cardiff, I think, is in there, and Barnsley. They're playing a playoff right now. I think Brentford is losing 1-0, and Swansea is winning 1-0 into going into the next round. If you guys don't know, Ivan Toney, who could potentially play for Jamaica, plays for Brentford. And in all honesty, I get what Captain is saying, right? Captain, I kind of want Swansea to make it now. I think I'm changing my mind, and I'm going to change my mind because for selfish reasons. Hear me out, people. If Brentford qualifies for the Premier League, that means Ivan Toney will be going to the Premier League. Now, Ivan Toney just set a goal scoring record in the Championship, which means if just like Timo Pukki last year, if Ivan Toney comes in the Premier League, Ivan Toney is probably going to score a crap ton of goals, right? And if that's the case, Gareth Southgate or Gareth Westgate will not hesitate to play him, which we're gonna lose the opportunity for have Ivan Toney playing for Jamaica. So here's to Ivan Toney playing one more year here's to Ivan Toney playing one more year in the championship. We'll go to the comments real quick and hear what the man them say. They need an update on roof. Man, they need an update on roof. Them are saying more Swansea make it. Alright, cool. Top 10, I kind of get where I say right now. So I'm coming on your side. See, people, I definitely can change my mind. At first, I don't want Brentford make it, but top 10 kind of open my eyes to certain things. So, but I like Swansea to make it. I don't have a problem with Swansea making it up to the Premier League. We can sign the chant through. What I'm gonna tell you? Where's the thing there? All right, Norwich, just go back where them come from. So Norwich back up, yes. Norwich still playing some good football, but who to tell if Norwich still have the same players that they had last 2 years ago when they drop out of the Prem. So I don't know if Norwich are gonna stay up. I don't know if Norwich have the guts to stay up. I know Watford has the resources and the players to stay up. And if they bring in some people, they might be able to. Fresh guy, so if we talk about the Jamaica Premier League restart June 26th, what you man think about restarting the JPL? Who are you guys' favorites for the JPL? Are you backing the team that's closest here in proximity? Or do you have a favorite team? I could know in the comments who you guys think is going to be the standout player of the JPL this season. Now, who you think is going to be the next player to come out of the JPL and go play overseas? Simeon, I said Pinnock play for Brentford too. Yes, Pinnock there play for Brentford. But Simeon, my status on Brentford is, and we don't even know if Ivan Toney want to play for Jamaica anyway. So it's kind of a mute point because I think he's still trying to hold off and see where his future lies. So you never know. Norwich, Fulham, and West Brom keep coming up and going back down. You're right, Odin Blake. All they do is up and down every other year. And the Premier League have this structure where once a team get relegated, they give them a bag of money so they can maintain them staff, maintain some of the people, and maintain them players. Which is why the teams that will come up normally will go down, normally come right back up the following year. So yeah, but Norwich play some good football. I will never forget when they beat Man City 2 seasons ago. But still, I know. They said Tony now make England squad. Corey Taylor, I wouldn't say that, because if you look on it, Ollie Watkins just come up last year. 1 year in the Prem, and now Ollie Watkins are play for England, fam. And only Watkins did that score a whole heap of goal at the championship and then come up and play for Aston Villa. And I don't think him score more than 10 goals in the league, fam. But him a play for England now. You didn't know who Calvert-Lewin was? You didn't know who Calvert-Lewin was 2 years ago? I am an England backup striker right now behind Harry Kane. So all it takes for Ivan Toney to make England team is come up and play 5 games. Remember, Calvert-Lewin played 5 games at the first 5 games of the season. Score about 2 hat-trick and whatever, and no score again since then, and I'm still in the England team. So it don't really take much to make England team in a party. So I guarantee you, if Ivan Toney are playing at the Prem and they must score goal consistently, it will make the England team. The only baller right now that I see, that striker in England that is playing and scoring and still not make the England team, and the striker from Leeds. Hey boy name again, that little white boy. Anyone in the comments, let me know who that youth name again. I can't remember his name. But the striker from Leeds, the white boy, I don't know if Kataraki name that tell me. But yeah, him will definitely him are the only striker right now. Yeah, Patrick Bamford. Well done, Odin. Say Odin, Patrick Bamford from Leeds. Him are the only striker who's been scoring consistently throughout the season and still can make it in an England team. But I get what you're saying, that there's a lot of strikers in the England squad, but him can definitely come and have a better season than Watkins having right now. He can have a better season than Danny Ings. You understand? Nathan Redmond is not necessarily, Rashford is not a striker, fam. They're not going to play Rashford as a number 9. Rashford will be playing on the left. What boy the name from Man City again? Sterling. Yeah, man, Sterling, I will share that. I could go back into the comments here because I'm missing a lot of you guys' comments. Thanks for telling me about Bramford, big man. Brother Tony now make it over Watkins, Kane, Greenwood, Calvert-Lewin, and Bamford. And Ollie Watkins is on 14 goals this season. Yeah, so that's what I'm saying, Barry. That's exactly what I'm saying. If Ivan Toney comes into Premier League this year and have a season score half as much goals as he scores this year, that's 15 goals, fam. That's him making it to the England team as far as I know. You understand? Let's see. We know all the ballers with them have, but remember, England only play with one out-and-out striker, you know. Everybody else play on the wing. And if you have a squad of 23 man or 26 man for the World Cup, you have Kane and 2 others, right? Will that be Greenwood, Bramford, you know? Will that be Danny Ings? We don't know. We know one boy from Leicester retired already, so he won't be in the mix. So you never know. Someone asking what tweet? Yeah, people saw Ravel Morrison drop a tweet and then delete it. You understand? So we want to know where that come from. The tweet says, and I quote, JFF, shake my head, SMH basically. So we need to know if anyone knows what the origin of that tweet, what's really bothering Ravel Morrison right now, why I'm saying JFF, shake my head. I don't know if Ravel Morrison link up with the team and instead of a 5-star hotel, he find himself on an Airbnb in a New Kingston. I don't know. I don't know if them call him and say, Ravel, we know what I want up on the team. I don't know. But it just seems as if he's disappointed in something with the JFF. So he tweeted, JFF, shake my head. We're going to talk about it soon. All right, what does the man say in the comment? I think I missed some of you. And fix up the argument when they talk about the 16 goal striker. Barry, what I'm saying to you guys is, if you lay out all of the English strikers right now, like the fact that Ollie Watkins was playing in the championship last year, and now this year he's playing for England, and he never scored nowhere near the goals that Ivan Toney scored this year. The fact that you didn't know who Calvert-Lewin was prior to 2 years ago, and now he's in the English team after having just the first 10 games, they also have a spurt of goals, and then a 2 or 3 man scoring up, and he's still up on 16 goals. Or, as I say, 16 goals. What that mean? Over 36 games. Him strike rate kind of mess up. It did high at one point, but then he go a series of game without scoring. And of course, he was injured at one point too. So saying Ivan Toney not making the England team is kind of disingenuous, because he can. Only Watkins used to play in a non-league football, and now him a play for the England team. All I need is one opportunity. Look at the striker, Jamie Vardy. Before Jamie Vardy win the championship, before Jamie Vardy win the Premier League with Leicester, Jamie Vardy was playing in non-league, and then Jamie Vardy come and win the Golden Boot. This man was in the championship last year and scored 30 goals. We need to know, you guys need to worry, because if Ivan Toney make it in the Premier League, and if he as good as we think he is, he's definitely gonna get capped for England. So watch that space. Watch that space, people. If we get Walker Peter, Nathan Ferguson, Holgate, that would be an end product. I don't know. There's so many things that's going on with these man that it's very difficult for us to definitively say that we're gonna get these man. Like, with the incompetence of the JFF, how sure are you that, because these men are definitely showing interest, but do we have the competence in JFF or the confidence in JFF for them to pull off Holgate, in passports and can get to play? All of those stuff still up in the air, palm. We can't really just Holgate. And yeah, it's kind of sad to see Sterling really declined. Last year, the year before, Sterling was the ish. And now him can't even get in for Manchester City because of Foden. So, all right, put it this way. We don't know if it's a decline in Sterling or the rise in Foden. We always know that Foden had potential. First time you see that you'd play was when Man City tour America and him play against Manchester United over here in America down at Texas, and we go watch them play. And that boy scored a heck of a goal in our preseason friendly. And that Foden, him are the real thing. I know him really are showing potential. So it's kind of hard. I don't mark this right now. When England come out with them 26-man squad, Raheem Sterling might be the one left out. Remember that. Corey Taylor, what are you saying? He not score so much goal with Brentford in the EPL still. Oh, who you attack, Corey? Make you know who you attack. Bamford have 16 goal. All right, we can go look up the goal scoring charts for the Premier League. Because I'll be one bag of talking, I can't have my facts, And that I make you know, So we could go find out what the goal scoring charts for the Premier League. Bamford have 16. Bamford better not there in front of Calvert-Lewin. So let's go see how much goals the man them have in the Premier League this season. Yeah, where the man them are talk about right now. All right, so when it comes to goals, sorry people, as me say, I'm the substitute, so I'm not going to be able to show that on the screen. But we're talking about the goals that they scored in the Premier League this season. So Harry Kane have 22, Mo Salah have 22. So that very up in the air for see who are going to win the Golden Boot this year. Bruno Fernandes is third with 18. Heung-min Son 17, fourth. Patrick Bamford 16. Dominic Calvert-Lewin 16. Ollie Watkins 14. Gundogan have 13. Lacazette have 13. Jamie Vardy have 13. Kalichi Iwacha have 12. Danny Ings have what? 12. Chris Wood coming in with 12. Chris Wood had and he had some a hat-trick and some other goals later on in the season. Callum Wilson have 12. Matheus Pereira with 11. Marcus Rashford with 11. Zaha with 11. Michail Antonio with 10. So double figures for Michail Antonio. Aubameyang 10, and then Christian Benteke with 10. So that round off the top 20 scorers of the league. And Bamford have 16. Calvert-Lewin have 16. But Bamford I make the England team, Calvert-Lewin make the England team, Bamford isn't. And is it because Bamford is a different type of striker than what Mr. Westgate want? I don't know. But Bamford have a sweet left foot. So does Greenwood. Dorrell Dixon. Tony no good. Dorrell Dixon said Tony no good. People, you agree with that? You agree say Ivan Toney no good? See me and still no rate Ivan Toney say he can't make England team. All right. We'll see. We'll see. All right, maybe see what else some of them say. I think I missed some of the man them commenting, so we'll go through it again. Nathan, for instance, is a born Jamaican, so I expect him to be in the team. All right, Ian Campbell giving us the facts. Mad. Who else? Burrell, what you say? Dive and touching at the box. Come on, people, make sure you drop a like on the video. The link soon drop. Anytime the man them in the comment say, drop the link. We're going to drop the link in the comment section. The man them come on and have them say. We're going to talk about all of the topics tonight. And then the coach will come on, take over, and run it off again as usual. Sterling just half farm. Yeah, Chang, him half farm for real, but it look like tomorrow gonna be the last game of this season because look like England are gonna carry him at the Euros at all. Don't look like him gonna carry Euros. And Darian said waste too much chance in the Champions League in previous years. Pep not trust him no more. And people, honestly, when you talk about misses in the Champions League, I think that miss where Sterling missed in the Champions League and that miss where Anthony Martial missed this season at Champions League are the two worst miss I have ever seen in football live. The two worst miss me ever see. Anthony Martial miss versus PSG this year and that miss last year from Sterling. Sad. Very, very sad. Well, someone must say Mitrovic scored about 26 championship goals last season and barely scored nothing this season. Corey Taylor, me get what you say. But Timo Pukki can tell you a different story. There's so many different anecdotal stories I can draw from, fam. And Mitrovic is a totally different player from Ivan Toney. He's also older. So he's not as physical. You understand what I say? So it's not necessary. You can't just say because Mitrovic scored a bag of goal for Fulham. When the same type of football the Fulham playing at the championship, them come over here and try playing at the Premier League and then lose almost every game, fam. 28 points or so are the man them finish with. So the point is that yes, we don't know how we will do, right? But saying that Mitrovic scored 26 goals is still not the scoring record where Ivan Toney have. Ivan Toney is also younger, a lot more agile, a lot more and have a lot more attributes to him. Mitrovic is only good in the air and he can scrap in 1 or 2 goals. But Ivan Toney have a better all-round game. So we can't really, in my opinion, we can't really compare the two, to be honest. All right, what else some of them are saying in the comments? Bless up yourself. I am sure sports in the building. Manners, my family. Manners. Top 10. Yeah, that miss against Leon, man. It was really bad. That's why I'm not play again, Because all you have to do is mess up one time and then Pep just cut you off slowly but surely. Ricardo Robinson said Ivan Toney is good. The only reason why people talk down Toney are because him not make up his mind yet. Exactly. Right now, if Toney should forward, it would be a big deal. Exactly, Ricardo. Ricardo Robinson have it, Ricardo Robinson, man. You understand? Remember, nobody was talking about Ravel Morrison until Ravel Morrison started playing for Jamaica either. They probably not even didn't know him, right? So the moment Ivan Toney signed him name on a little farm and send it go down to the embassy and then get him passport, everybody are gonna start rave about him, So I really talk Ricardo, bless yourself. See me and the man them say as soon as Ivan Toney decide to join the team, they go jump on the train, Waganis. Shout out to all of the Waganists them in the chat. Make sure you tap a like on the video for all of the Waganists them. All I man even know them are going to jump on the Ivan Toney wagon the moment they put on the green and gold. Shout out to the Waganists them. Like right down that one they doing a Simeon. Corey or Tony. Fresh that we say. Corey or Tony. No one play for doesn't want to play for Jamaica. Alright. For him think that I mean he doesn't have to play for Jamaica. What I'm saying is if he goes to the Prem and plays well for a year, he probably will never play for Jamaica. You understand? Unless something like what happening to Michail Antonio now happen to him in the future, where him turn me down and never make it to a level where him can play for England, and then eventually him say, all right, boom, here it is, Jamaica. Watch ya. Manners, sir. Manners and respect here, sir. Boss is here.
Yo, brother.
Katak, what you say?
Yeah, man, big up yourself, big up everybody, you know. Another week. We're COVID free.
Exactly.
The violence will reach me. So give thanks for life, you know. Yeah, man.
You know what I'm saying? Every day above ground is a good day, you know, man.
But I have to check out in a car, but I want to make sure I not get charged for you know, associate crime. I want to make sure you know kidnap and tie up coach. Nowadays I be a friend I kill friend, you know. So
I be a friend I kill friend.
Yeah, the coach there.
No, it ain't I believe man. Me put a dinner upon the name, man. The coach around. The coach soon forward for the ends, man. You just call for a substitute to kick it off, you know.
But I want to take you on one thing what you say about the Premier League strikers and just overall about how we look on football. So you were right, you know, when you said that once somebody said them a play for Jamaica, all of a sudden them are the best baller in the world.
Yeah.
And before that day, nobody never know them. Nobody never talk about them. But when you look at the facts don't back that up. Now, you wish every Jamaican progress and earn your money and get your contract and take care of your family and these things. But when it comes to talking football, we have to remember, so this is a world game, you know. So we are going to look big and foolish. We say, boy, yo, Ravel Morrison, the greatest thing. And he can't stay at a club for more than one season. Or can't start every game. So what is it that we know that all these world-class level coaches don't know? You understand? We have to sometimes just step back and take a look. You can like the player them, but you can't be emotional in your assessment of them. But the other thing about championship striker, a whole heap of striker come up from the championship and burn up the championship. And you mentioned Timo Pukki. I'm going to put it in the comments. It's 11 goals Timo Pukki scoring now. You see the really good strikers that come up from the Prem? Them start off hot. Yeah. 4 or 5 goals in the first, 7, 8 game. And then the analysts at the various clubs sit down around them video screen and analyze every step they're making at the game. Send that analysis to the defensive coach. Because remember, so them have a defensive coach, And then they just devise a tactic to catch them. And most of them get shut down. Most of them. And I don't know if in Jamaica, if we have the same level of reasoning. Or I come up and know it in England. If you're scoring more than 25 goals for the season, you are in the world's top 10. I mean, I'm talking you can't go score it in a League 2 and then go on with talk about you. But if you're scoring it in the top league in your country, we can have discussions. Because 30 goals a season, 25 goals a season, is more than a goal every other game. So the bar that is set for an elite striker is 20 goals a season in a league that has 20 teams, which means you're playing 38 games. So 20 goals a season is just above 1 goal every 2 games. And that is an elite striker. When you hear coaches I go around the world and say, me I look for a 20 goal a season striker. Me I look for a 20. Man, I look for it like oh crackhead in New York I look for sitting. You understand? You can't find them. They don't exist. We just talk. Oh, Corriber, Japanese. That man could have never can't score 20 goals for a season, not even when they were playing in our own Red Stripe Premier League. 20 goals a season mean you are a sharp finisher, you are fit, you're not injury prone. It means you have to be able to score goals in all kind of manner. Dead ball threat with your head, with your left, and with your right, because if you're one-footed, right, all the defender do is just shepherd you on your weak foot, and your goal drop down. If you look at most of the 25 goal a season strikers, they shoot with both feet. They're ambidextrous. No, I can't think of maybe Maradona. And Maradona's a number 10.
I miss
right?
it.
But Messi not really one-footed. Let's say have his fair
still
share.
walk on
Him having fair share of him having fair share of tapping with him right foot. But
in all honesty, we are saying no.
So Thibaut Pookie is 11 goal him score. Come here, call him name. Come and start acting, and then the man him just lock him down, and then him get a couple penalty, and somebody sorry for him and make him shoot. No.
Yeah, because Thibaut Pookie name for show the example. Because when I say Thibaut Pookie come up and kill the league, you know, because if he did that, somebody would have buy him, right? We know that when him go back down. The point that we try and make is that the reason why when we say Ivan Toney have the possibility to play for England, because if Ivan Toney have a season similar to where Ollie Watkins having right now, right, he would definitely get called up for England just like Ollie Watson did. Because if you think about it, Ivan Toney have the potential, probably even on the ball, a little bit better than Ollie Watkins. I think he's a better finisher than Ollie Watkins, right? He's more all-rounded than Ollie Watkins. A man mentioned the striker from Fulham, where can't score now. Just forgot his name, but
Alexander
that
Mitrovic.
man, Mitrovic. That man,
remember saying Serbian, you know.
Yeah. Mitrovic have one capability only. Put it on him head and he will score. Right? Yes, as a general rule of thumb, if him get it in the box, he can put it in the goal. But in terms of his ability, in terms of getting here or there in the box, movement, Mitrovic have none of that. But the two men will just join up in the thing, introduce yourself. I can't see the name right now because of the
yeah, good night, man. Other details, man. About again.
Manners.
Yeah, man.
Yeah, man.
Go.
Manners. All right, so we're gonna talk one by one. Before we get into the topic of the day. What I like to hear the main question that was asked tonight is, which team would you prefer to be promoted from the championship? So we have Swansea, Barnsley, Brentford, and the other team down there. Swansea, Barnsley, Brentford.
Bournemouth.
And Bournemouth, yes, Bournemouth. So which one of the teams would you like to see come up?
Swansea.
Other details, what do you say?
Jamal Lowell.
Swansea.
Yeah, man, that's the same, man. As we see them before.
Oh, cool. I mean,
but like the idea of Brentford still, you know, because I never see Brentford in the league.
Exactly. The idea of Brentford playing in the league is very enticing because they haven't been. I don't think they've ever been in the league before, in the Premier League. While Swansea was there a couple years ago and then get relegated really badly. If you think about your team having to travel to Wales to go play football every away team, I mean, the reason why I thought I didn't want Brentford in the league was because of the Ivan Toney factor, right? I think if Ivan Toney go up and play this year, definitely they might go call him for England. But that's just my opinion. That's what sparked the conversation. But
you said like you wouldn't want him go up just because you know want to play with Jamaica.
Yeah, exactly. You get the idea. So it's a selfish
That's
reason.
a sad reason, yes.
It's a selfish reason. But you know, man, they need to play them best and play at the highest level. And if Brentford trailing right now 1-0, and them go home. So if them can make it up, then make it up. You understand? And make it to the final round. So when we get into the meat of the matter.
Brentford, that will never happen. That
won't make it.
You will never live long enough to see that. if they go up, they're going to be disgraced. You see, look, let me tell you a little about the Premier League. You see, the geography of England, it is hard for a London team to win the Premier League. And it's hard for a London team to remain in the Premier League. A London team always generally get relegated because they have too many London derby games to play.
True.
Right? So London is the most populous club. So if you look at Queen's Park Rangers, them come up and get this grace. West Ham used to be a yo-yo team. Come up, go down. Come up, go down. Right? Fulham, the same. Crystal Palace used to be a yo-yo, now settle themselves like in the safe zone. Charlton Athletic. Remember, Charlton was a Premier League team for a long, long time. You know, Jason Ewell, when he was playing for Jamaica. And then they get decimated because you're holding on, and once you drop, the parachute let you go. Because for them, the London derbies sustain the gate because those matches are sold out. Because it's just a one train ticket to get from one place to the next to go watch a rival team.
Right.
And then when you don't have that cushion of big money are coming from the 5 or 6 London derby that you're going to play at home. You're going to play Chelsea, you're going to play Arsenal. You understand? You're going to catch a West Ham. You're going to catch a Spurs. Then you're going to have a local thing against your Crystal Palace and things. So they get a lot of money. Wimbledon got bankrupt till Wimbledon have to come out of the league and restart again. A London club, London is a problem area. That's why Arsene Wenger, although I'm not a gunner, but Arsene Wenger was a genius. And Chelsea, it took billions of dollars to make them come in.
Yeah, it took a bag of oil money.
So,
we know.
Right? So, or oil, that's what we call it now. Okay.
No, not oil money. Sorry, I ran team like it. I talk about the oligarch money from Russia.
Remember what come along the Chinese Silk Road, you know?
Allegedly, the oligarch money from Russia.
Not change from the 16th century, you know. And they said little come. They tell like a pack joy. Them said come along the road. But seriously speaking, so it's either take a whole heap of money, right? Or as Arsenal and Spurs are finding out, because you're fighting so many London derbies, you can't even qualify for Europe. And the Champions League is starting to affect that. So for Brentford,
all right. So you're saying geography have a lot to do with it?
The London geography. But that Wales has never really been able to sustain a team, you know. Because Cardiff did come up.
Yeah,
and then the Swansea did come up.
Swansea, yeah.
Right? I think Aberystwyth did come into the championship. You have Newport in the league, but something about that having to travel across the border and come and play
Wales,
36 games make it difficult for them. But me just bad mind Ivan Toney. If Ivan Toney did say yes to Jamaica, I would be on the Brentford bandwagon. But since you are bad mind, me a bad mind. Me just attack a bad mind. Jamal know me think that.
Me just glad say man have some Jamaican blood in me, sir.
Well, me not tell you that still. Me personally, I prefer the man than get the extra £100,000 in the youth and play for England if I so. I just want to see it, man.
Yeah, what I like, even though it'd be great if you see what I'm man play for Jamaica, as long as we get some Jamaican heritage flying around the world and representing the island. Like I'm proud of Raheem Sterling, even though he never played for Jamaica. Right? The youth used to play for Liverpool Right now, we don't even know where him there. Him name? Left football, the man who used to play for Liverpool, man.
Storage.
Storage, yes.
Yeah,
I don't
storage.
know about Storage there right now, but I wish him all the best. All right, people. So we could get into the meat of the matter there real quick because the topic of the night have to do with Antonio, Michail Antonio. We're talking about Bobby D card over Reid, and we're going to talk about the deleted tweet from Ravel Morrison. So we could touch Michail Antonio real quick. Cataract, what do you make of Michail Antonio's season? Do you think that he had a what do you think? What if you were to do a review of Michail Antonio's season? What would that be? And how do you think he'll perform for Jamaica?
Michail Antonio is a beast, right?
Mm-hmm.
That's my definition of Michail Antonio. I'm happy he's coming on board, but when you review his season, review it in the knowledge that he's 31 years old, right?
Yeah.
You can't review, not that you can't, but when other strikers are younger, I don't know if when they get to 31, they're going to be doing it like he's doing it. He has had an injury ravaged season, right? As per usual. But when he takes, and I think this last injury might have done him some more damage than we think, because I don't see the same player. I don't know if it's because everything kind of wrap up for West Ham, but then they were still trying to get in the Champions League. But once they missed the Champions League, I don't think that he doesn't look like the same player pushing himself all out. Like the season done, right?
Right.
Then I'll go a Europa League. That's that. But it's not the same, man. He will terrorize defenders in CONCACAF. But I'm almost certain, I'm touching wood, I have a wooden desk, I touch wood. He's not going to last and be available for all 12 games. He's going to break down and be injured, either at his club or on international duty. That's just the nature of muscles that have been weakened, etc. But what I think him putting on the black, gold, and green will do is cement for Jamaica that the ball game has stepped up, and the level of player that put themselves forward and that will be considered for Jamaica very soon. If you're not playing in the Premier League, you won't be able to come on the national team because there are just so many players. This weekend, probably Sunday, I'm gonna do a show with my good friend Simon and Reggae Boys commentary. Brother, let me give you a statistic. I'll drop it on coaches this year. In England, you have 92 clubs. And each club have about, let's get them 6 strikers normally within the club structure. That's about 540 strikers. I have stopped counting now. I'm going to reach 150 Jamaican strikers in the 4 leagues in England. That means that 25% of all strikers in England are of Jamaican descent.
25%.
Great, because I give him plus and minus. It's actually 28, but you have to give a marginal error of 3%. So I said 1/4 of the strikers you see are of Jamaican descent. I mean, I talk about who I'm not sure about, who might be, right? I talk about at least somebody with a credible thing. It's amazing what is available to Jamaica. You have a thing called an embarrassment of riches. I've always grown up here. You have an embarrassment of riches. Jamaica just rich till we just fool and don't know what to do.
So you know what that says to me?
I'm going to tell you one other thing. The golden boot for the 3 leagues outside of the Premier League are Jamaican. Another to me, brother.
You know what that said to me? And we're going to go to the other man in our panel to tell what them think about Michail Antonio. But that says to me, that stat that you just give, just said to me just a while ago that we need to know as fans, as patrons of the Jamaican football, that the level that we see ourselves need to be one step higher. You understand? Accepting mediocrity, them days are done past. Them days are done past. We need to see ourselves one step higher. If we have 25% of the strikers in the 4 league of England, from League 1 to 2 to Championship, all the way up to the Premier League, we should be able to say, listen, we not accept no mediocrity, but we talk about that mediocrity later when we come to Ravel. But family, make you know what you think. I will say Ravel, I suppose. But make you know what you think, big man, pan Antonio, and the season we have before we go on to Bobby Reid.
Now, I feel like Antonio going good this season. 25 game, 10 goals score. West on the which part of the league? Sixth. In terms of what Michail Antonio represents, what he represents is exactly what you said. The highest level of standard. I know world class, not a world class striker, but when I think him that many steps behind Hurricane, Aubameyang, you understand current former strikers. The thing that I think him present is the partnership possibility of Leon Bailey, Michail Antonio. Because when you have a strong man at the centre, it anchors the attack. You get me? Kind of like how Giroud play for Chelsea. You know, where he's the point man, the main man. So the business of long balls and running against a high press and counter-attacking, those things may I look forward to from Antonio. When you look on, you get a quick turnover, you have counter-attack, and you have a ball for him and two defender run down. I'd assume say in the Caribbean, we don't have no centre back who can go toe to toe with him strength. So in terms of regionally, we just look forward to him playing ball for regionally, you know. When I get the feeling so I go see him for Gold Cup, which I think is not good for we and not good for his career also. Because it's one thing to play in England, but if you get a chance of going to the Gold Cup and leave it as leading goal scorer, it's another trophy that can what him try to build. So if it's one thing that I want the JFF be is a bit more aggressive with them demands and the request of the presence of the players going forward. And I know when I reach a point about my life, we talk a little bit about a player like a Maitland Niles. I'm here to have some Jamaican links, but not just a Maitland Niles, but kind of not spend so much on the young talent then we might want to play for England and start looking on one them where England don't decide say, all right, we're not give them a try.
Maitland Niles can't play for you again, brother.
Yeah,
I really get cap, man.
I did say it last time, you know, and then Sir Devon did say to me so there was some change in the law with 3 games and before senior team and something like that. But it's not even Maitland Niles really my focus on. I focus on the fact that we need somebody in a DM and central midfield. We need to focus off of the wing and the attack a little. Because I feel like the spine of the team historically have a problem. You know, we kind of need to just hold up on standard as Peter Cargill and say, I wonder if we have nobody will pass Peter Cargill level yet.
I mean, I think it's just us not having the options. Like Keta mentioned earlier, that we have a ridiculous wealth of riches in terms of the amount of people we have available to us. But the people that are available to us, are they in those positions? You understand me? We're filthy rich in attack and some in the defense, but not necessarily in the spine. Like we say, I think man like Antonio brings a set of older play in our football where we haven't seen in a while, fam. Especially with the type of counter-attack the type of football we play, we don't have as much as the ball. When you give Antonio the ball, it's very difficult to take it off and foot. It's very, as them said earlier, I'm going to run these defenders ragged in that CONCACAF because I'm going to have a hard time to take it off and foot. So playing off him is going to be essential for a man like Bobby Reid. When you see how Lingard playing off Antonio is looking so good right now. At the same Lingard, but today Man United, you know, but him playing good and playing free. A man like Bobby Reid within speed as I have a field day when Antonio holding up the ball and linking up with him. So I think the type of player that Antonio is right now suits the Jamaica team. However, as I was saying earlier, I'm not sure if you guys were on, but for me, we'll come to the next panelist in a second. But for me, Antonio, the way Mbadi set up, really are gonna be conducive to what we want. I don't think as you're right, I don't think he's gonna make the 12 games. without getting injured because Antonio is explosive. Antonio in shots, he can barely fit Panamina. No, so you don't realize he muscle and built like Asafa, which means he's explosive in quick sprints every 5 seconds. And you can't maintain that if you're a 90-minute game and not mess up your hamstring as often as Antonio did. You understand? Because the oxygen just ain't in your muscles anymore. And that's why I'm constantly have muscle problems because he's just explosive and he's trying to maintain that for the entire game. Pressing, always running. Antonio will sprint back in the midfield, collect the ball, start a counter attack, and then sprint back to catch up in the box. I said this earlier, that type of play is not necessarily conducive for someone with so much muscle. When you look at people like Bruno Fernandes who run for 90 minutes non-stop, because he not have much muscle on him, so he can run as much as he can, you understand? But for Antonio, a bit like Asafa, it's not conducive for him to run that much, which is why I'm having so much muscle injuries. So remind me your name again, please, because we can't see it on the screen.
No, man, all the details I talk to you, man.
No, man, all the details. We know all the details. What the man on the bottom right.
Skyward Cracks, yeah, man.
Oh, bless him. So you make me what you have to say now, my brother.
Antonio, the might have something to Jamaica where we're not seeing a long while. Whole heap of experience playing at the top flight means they might have the experience for doing at the top level for where we not have a forward for do that in the longest while. We haven't had a forward as experience as him at the top flight consistently for the longest while. So definitely gonna have something to it in terms of experience and how he manage the game them. But as everybody alluded to, when I think he might do, he might manage all of the games them. When I think. But when you look from the forward line we have basically and the forward we have, basically almost the same type of forward them, strong forward, basically, who can hold up the ball, When you look, you see Andre Gray who's strong from a bully defender and can hold up the ball. Corey Burke are the same type of player too, who's strong and muscle long defender. Shaman Nichols are coming on own as the same type in terms of body build and strength and things from most defenders. But I think Michail Antonio are gonna bring a different thing to a team where him really are gonna show him experience and make teams we normally try feel like them can step away right and have to think twice. Definitely, especially when it comes to the power line. So like a US and a Mexico, especially the US, they always high press it. I make them have somebody to think about there, what them have to keep eye on. But then midfield have to be in tip top shape to really keep the thing to a level. So him can really perform kind of make the sense they have good defense and good power than the midfield shaky. You understand? But he really have to bring forth something. And in the long run, I think he might really, if him agreeing to play for it, I can really spill off on some other top players as Mr. Cataract said earlier on. And we are gonna have a whole heap more people that look to come join. So yeah. I can provide something to wear with it.
Yeah, the thing one I think him bring most powerful to is the fact that if he plays World Cup qualifiers and make it to World Cup, it's like a cement bad mind in the eyes of a lot of people who should play for Jamaica, but they will wait for the call up. And the World Cup and a man like Michail Antonio is a thing that I think he really come here for carry out the World Cup. You understand? But I know say Michail Antonio in the World Cup are completely different from the Michail Antonio that we see in any form, if you understand what I mean. Because we have to remember, a lot of players dream for God the World Cup and them club situation or them team situation or them national situation push them out of the possibility. So I didn't feel as if him come to Jamaica now and he get a open slate to dominate. He might also do that for kind of send a message to the other man them and the FA and the people them who never select him in England to say, well, when they are Jamaica score a bunch of goal and what not do. I beg for a spot on the team. Just come play for Jamaica. You get me? Nobody will work or wait on business. So I think it's a great opportunity for show up other Jamaicans that should be playing for the side where really wait on the call up from England. And that's the most potent contribution because if you really and truly man come and carry out the World Cup, bro. And you're going to see enough, man. 25, the other 25% of the man them should not strike full cataract. Just sit down at them yard, just a look so. You understand what I'm going to do for the next season? You know what I mean?
Fact.
So
yeah, man. And that's why man like Wilfred Zaha go play for the mother country in Africa, man. You understand? Because they want to be a part of something where they can probably make it to the World Cup. You understand? So we ask him man 100% facts. If him and Andre Gray were able to pull it off and get you to the World Cup, a lot of man are sitting at the yard. I watch Jamaica play and I say, yeah, me should have did it too. But no, I'll fight here. Cataract. Me a man mentioned, we were talking about the spine earlier, and a man mentioned Mr. Grant. You know, you like talk about Mr. Grant, so.
No, but before we do that, I just want to say something on this point because, boy, it's like the stars align between the panel tonight. This is going to be a test of Tapa's resource management because you have to manage a player like Michail Antonio. Otherwise, you will done him. So you can't play him for 90 minutes. You have to know which games to call him and which games to give him a rest. So this is going to really either make Tapa step up. He better learn some things. I don't know if him about any former Spurs fan or Chelsea fan have a number for Jose Mourinho and them man, they have to manage talent.
Yeah.
Rafael Benitez, we used to, or if Wes Morgan can call Ranieri, used to tinker. You have to go manage these players who are coming out of a shortened season. But where we bless again. Boops! Here comes Andre Gray, who is a hold-up man. Right?
Very similar, yeah.
And yes, he's not. I want to say people is at the same, not at the same level, you know. Is this season that these last 2 seasons that Michail Antonio became a double figure striker. He scored 10 goals last season and 10 goals this season. And missed like 13 games and 14 games, right?
He used to be a winger at one point. They might play defense.
No, but that have him. He started his career as a right back.
Yeah.
Then move up further into the middle of the field.
Yeah.
And then move up again as a back. And then move up again and move in more. And it's really David Moyes, who is a very underrated coach, who converted him. And I want look at the players that David Moyes convert. David Moyes responsible for Wayne Rooney. Right? David Moyes at his time did have to manage Duncan Ferguson in his last days, a club legend at Everton. Right? So Tapa has to step up now and be that level of manager that can manage the player. But my brethren Crocs make a very important point. Picking a team is not not like going into a bag and you just grab out a ball like when them do a big number 8 at the cash pot number and a pick 3. We have too many of the same type of forward. That means that if the game needs something else, we're not looking out and looking for that kind of different striker. So everybody's the same. My brethren say it already, so I'm not going to repeat it for everybody. Nicholson are the same kind of big man, number 9. Jamal Lewis a number 9 for his club. Andre Gray is a number 9 for his club. Michail Antonio wear number 9 for his club. Corey Burke is a number 9. There are 5 number 9s. Johnson Clark on the outside, with him Jamaican passport, he's a number 9. We need to look at the second strikers, the number 10s. Or you're tricky kind of striker. Who is the Michael Owen? Who is the Sergio Aguero in Jamaica? We haven't seemed to address that problem with our eyes just wide with some names. But all these names are the same kind of, are the same Snickers bar. You need to have some banana chips though. And
Yeah,
so
and as
that's
I mentioned earlier about putting your hand in a bag and picking out players, we have to pick players that complement each other for real. I mean, when you look at the front line, my personal feeling is if we're gonna play Decard over Reid, we can't play Leon Bailey because, in my opinion, both of them needs to play up on the right. Both of them give you something totally different. While Leon Bailey is wasted on the left hand side because he's so good with cutting in on his left foot. Decard Reid should and could and must only play on the right side because of his skill and speed and crossing ability. You understand? So I don't think that when we pick a team, we have to make sure we pick a team that complements each other, which is why I want to ask you, Ketarak, about Grant and what are the moves, if you know of any, that's being made to bring him into the team.
I know there's consideration. I can tell you for certain that his application for citizenship is at PICA, paid for and being considered. It's at the point now that he has just sent an application for his passport. And I don't want to make a premature announcement, but if you send your application for your passport, that means say your citizenship. All right. So he's at the point he sent his application for passport in today.
Nice.
So I don't know how long it will take for DHL and stuff for it to reach PICA. He's there. And in the spine again, I think you are correct about the spine because you're going to need a central defensive midfielder, not in the mold of Cargill. Somebody mentioned Peter Cargill before. Peter Cargill, you have a lot of different types of central defensive midfielders that play in that role. Peter Cargill was a holding midfielder because Simoes played possession football. Brought that to us from Brazil. We appreciate it. It took us to the World Cup. But Jamaica suffered in the World Cup and suffered subsequently because we never had a destructive midfielder until we got to Rudolph Austin and Patrick Graham from Reno, Ninja. We did not, in fact, in that team, it was Shorty Malcolm who was coming off from right back and doing the destructive work. And in any team sport, you have to have a destroyer. You have to have a Patrick Beverly.
Yeah.
You have to have a Charles Barkley. You have to have somebody whose role it is not everybody can score to destroy the play of the opposition and disrupt the flow of the opposition. And when you come now to football, then N'Golo Kante, we come up in England, you have different types of destroyers, Patrick Vieira is a different destroyer from Roy Keane.
No, Patrick Vieira, them just good all around.
Yes, but he's a different kind of destroyer. He destroys Patrick Vieira more destroys the ball by reading the game, using his long legs to, when you make a pass and things in the pass and go reach your intended target, in come the spider leg. Just reach, and all you need to do is just get a toe point at it and the ball divert and go somewhere else.
Mm-hmm.
Roy Keane, if you look at, but those are the big tall ones, but you have the short one like Anthony Grant now that come in the mold of like a Dennis Wise. I don't know if man used to watch them time at Wimbledon and Chelsea, who are short and able to turn, and in comes Manning's man, as we mentioned, Patrick Graham, right? Who you're able to destroy and restart the game. That's a smaller forward like Kante. Kante win the ball, turn on a dime because of the low center of gravity, and be able to find an outlet pass, that forward pass.
So I think
destroyer like Indeed and them on there.
Indeed is a different kind of destroyer. Indeed, his passing is not as accurate. Indeed, it destroys the game.
Indeed, his strength of ball recovery. Yeah, man, but I ask you a question, Ketarak. Given that we're lacking in our capabilities in the defensive midfield, does that necessitate us playing two?
No, you can't substitute quantity for quality.
Well, let me explain why I
right?
said that.
Because
Let me explain why I said that.
hold on, let me get a thing. I did me and I become friend with Iron Sport through this program. And we talk to each other more time in the week. Just footballing thing come to a head. I was asked to look at. I'm gonna look at Michael Hector, and this is what I tell you where analytics and scouting is important. When you look at Michael Hector's scouting, do you know what is the one weakness that Michael Hector have that all the scouts who have scouted him say? Error proneness. Now, how do you take a player who's 5-star, meaning he's -5, weakness and error proneness, and put him in a position where you have to protect the football? So we not only put a square peg in a round hole, we are trying to put a square peg in a triangle. And I used to batter the man, so I got ease off and apologize because I'm not feeling fault. I not input himself, but he can stay behind the goal though. Like when the coach call you, I say, come, just go, That's to be a coach. Do something for the team. But seriously, central defensive midfield, you need to be able to read the game, hold the ball, distribute the ball, intercept, tackle, recover, pass. It's the most complicated position on the modern football field. Before it wasn't, when the game used to play just straight 4-4-2, it wasn't really that. Because you had a diamond, you had 4 players around it, was more straightforward. But now it is the most complicated. And some people use 2 to compensate. Chelsea, Jorginho, and Kante. Or the Manchester United tries to compensate for Fred's lack of technical ability and ball touch by having
Cataract. I want to jump the gun and tell you, say every single top 6 side play with 2 central defensive midfielder. If them realize the competition is going to be that aggressive, and what I realize with it is Liverpool. If we look at Liverpool choice as central defensive midfield, Fabinho, the guy that them bring in from Germany will never work out to play in there also. Them have a consistent function of playing with 2. Pep bringing in Cancelo to play alongside Fernandinho in big games. And it's a constant feature like
other details. We're going to touch that topic there, so put a pin on that, guys. That's a very good, at a point you make where I don't think I agree with 100%.
No
so
problem,
we're going to touch
problem.
that, but we're going to give the Mannings man an opportunity to come in and say, I give that. Welcome to the panel, sir. Why don't you introduce yourself? Welcome, Antonio, and the season that he had and the possibility what he can bring to Jamaica before we go back on the topic with other details put on us now.
Yeah. Greetings, panel, and all of the viewers. Bless up. Yeah. So Antonio, I think he had again. This is I think Cataract said it right. This is a wing back who was converted to play center forward. I think what is that? That guy was at Man City, was a coach, the older guy that they fired. He had brought Zabaleta. He left Man City, came to West Ham. He started the conversion of Antonio. Older guy. It's not Pellegrini. I think Pellegrini is his name. I think he was at West Ham.
Argentina. Yeah.
Right. I think he was initially there and thing because he knew Antonio before his West Ham days, apparently, and he was trying to convert him. But David Moyes ended it, right? But I thought he had a good enough season, and I think if he was able to stay fit, West Ham would have been in a better position than they are now. I think all of his injuries kind of affected how the team play, because it's almost like the team is set up to play around Antonio. Like he's a pivot in terms of how West Ham plays. So I think his injuries affected them, but I don't think it has anything to do with his physical structure, because Adama Traore at Wolves kind of built the same way, and he hasn't had those kind of injuries. So I'm right. So let me just say that
Yeah,
I
but
don't think it's
Adama Traore play a totally different role than he does. Adama Traore is built as a sprinter, and Adama Traore's game is built around sprinting up and down that flank, but not consistently as Antonio plays. What the point that I was making, just to go full circle, was that his game is dependent on him running at a consistently high speed throughout the majority of the game because he presses high, he goes back and win the ball and then push the team as well. He's constantly doing the first press, so that's a constant sprint and a high level. While Adama Traore, very good, very quick, but how often is Adama Traore running up and down the flank in the game? Not very often. So his body can condone that. And if you think about how they use Adama Traore, he's not starting in every game. He's not playing at 90 minutes in every game. They're utilizing him the best way they can because of the way his body is built. So don't underestimate the different roles that they play. Now, as a sprinter, Adama Traore might be able to run up and down the flank a couple times throughout the games, but not at a 90% level, which is the point that I was making.
But so I was going to get to that because ever since Antonio has been at West Ham, he has been injury prone. Even when he was playing at right back, he was still having injuries with the same kind of build. But as it relates to Jamaica, I think he doesn't. The good thing is that, and I don't think he's going to play all the qualifiers just because of his age and the demands of traveling. And I think this is why we need such a big squad of ample replacement, because when you think about traveling from like England to come to Florida, then to go to Mexico to play a game, then leave from Mexico, you come back to. So I'm sure like players like Antonio and probably Leon will not play the 3 games in the windows. They will probably play 2 or play a full 1 and come off, because their club role is very important, and some of these guys don't want to lose their spot in their club's team. So I think Antonio is good, and he will help, but we must have someone else if we're going to play that kind of way who is just as good or better. That is why I think like Andre Gray, Shamar is important to be in the team, and we need to find a next center forward, somebody who can play that central role. I don't know if it's Corey Burke. I hear all kind of names, but where I'm at right now, until a man put on the black, green, and gold, me I go and wait. That my thing. Amount of names I hear, me I go and wait until me see a man put on. I sure about Ravel, I sure about Daniel, I sure about Liam Moore, I sure about Ethan Pinnock. Me know me sure about. You understand me? I mean now give her my sure for unsure. Until a man have on the black, green, and gold is a speculation. All when him have a passport in hand, he can change his mind. Me want to see him in the jersey.
Real talk.
But Iron Sport, a man don't put himself in the jersey. A man has to be the responsibility of a player is to get your citizenship and have your passport and say I am ready and available. The Jamaica Football Federation technical committee and the head coach has to have that ambition and that vision of how to utilize these players. Let me throw something at you. James Vaughan, long-time Everton striker, right? Who's 31, same age as Michail Antonio, but playing down in the lower league. He is the second highest goal scorer in the League 2. Now, same kind of forward, same kind of hold-up play, big man, strong, dominant, in the box kind of player. He has had a Jamaican passport for a while, because if you recall, I think it was the Nigeria game in England where he was called up and was on the bench but wasn't given a run out. And then we had a Premier League striker that we never ever called up, even though we have been trying to get to the World Cup and to win a Nations Cup. So sometimes it's not only on the player. There has to be some question about why it is that a Premier League manager with all the technical resources and all the backroom staff, all the scouts and the scouting and agents, sees a player and says, this man is good enough to start in my team. And Jamaica, with all the wealth of our technical knowledge and our large backroom staff and our huge analytical TV screens looking at each game, decides that this player is not good enough to call for Jamaica. How does that add up?
Let me finish up with the point. Let me finish the point because fine, let me answer you. Fine, the GFF supposed to call the player, right? The player can only do what he's supposed to do. But you know what? I would love that these players, when they get this thing, they say, listen, I have my Jamaican passport. So we, the public now, can now use these platforms to put pressure on the GFF and find out what is happening. That's all I'm saying, you know. Of course, they must be called. But right now I'm saying, boy, me want to see them in the jersey. And that may mean I want to know when a player have in passport, you know, so I can come on this channel and say, listen, sure. I know that.
I am sure. It's not supposed to be like that.
Yes.
We're not supposed to be the one right now. We are kind of them to do that.
No. Listen, watch me now. I'm not talking about the right way to do it. We have to talk reality. The reality of the situation now is programs like these. Why certain players, and Cataract know that, Rome know that, it's programs like these and all of the other channels that have come up recently. Why the GFF know about some of them players here. So we have a role to play too, right? This is not what is the right way for it to be done. Like if we wait on the right way for it to be done, it now get done. That's the point me I try to make. All me I say is that me want to know. Because if me means me have got march up at GFF with me placard and all of them things there with some man.
That's
what I say. But me want
that way I say I am sure sport is true. Well, can I say something quickly? Yeah, Sir Cataract said something a while ago. It's very important. We can't talk about all the players and we want to talk about who we fine and who's suitable and who are the best. But at the end of the day, we have a coach and a committee behind him who will deal with that. all the way, most man from the probably would have said, boy, Hector, they're ready for the team, right? But look at the team now. Look at the team now.
Right. You know, hold on. You know, say I asked the right question because earlier when the coach that talked about Grant and possibly getting him passport, the follow-up question I was going to ask is that does he have a guarantee that he will get called up? Because at the end of the day, Grant now pick himself. You talk about Hector and how Hector the end of the team, and you know Hector didn't automatically go on it.
So let me say this. Let me just because I never finish it, you know.
Mr. Pasco, Sean Pasco wondering what type of tweet Ravel Morrison put out. We're going to talk about it later on in the day. However, Ravel Morrison did tweet JFF and put a shit SMH, which means shake my head, and then delete it shortly afterwards. So there's a lot of speculation, a lot of things going on about. We don't know why he tweeted that, but we can only speculate and make some allegations as to why he tweeted that. So Sean Pascal, we're going to talk about it soon, but that's essentially the tweet. He tweeted out JFF shake me head and then delete it.
You know,
let me finish up quickly, right? Let me finish up quickly. Two, Cataract, you know, so we are waiting on the 23rd, me and you, to see who England call and who they don't call, to see, because after the 23rd, we will kind of know the players who are waiting on England, if they don't get called, if they now begin to come out publicly and mention the Jamaica thing. The other thing, I don't have a problem with Anthony Grant, if he fit the bill, because Danny Alves just get called back into the Brazil team at 38 years old. You understand me? So we cannot complain about a 34-year-old if you don't have nobody to fill the spot. When Brazil are called back, Danny Alves at 38 to play in a midfield.
Danny Alves world class still in a brother, so nobody Danny Alves has not beaten stick.
But you have me not beat. Lord have mercy, we not beat the man.
You have to use it, and I kept saying to people. In Jamaica, we just take some emotional thing. We automatically decide that 33 is a cutoff age, that you can't get called after that age. When there's no scientific evidence, there's no data that support that. There are a myriad of players. My favorite player is Maldini, who was a left back for AC Milan and Italy, and he played till he was in his 40s. Different people treat their bodies right in a different way. Different players manage their career, right? The reigning Super Bowl quarterback, I am 40s, and I remember I used to watch First Take on ESPN, and every day them say I'm gonna drop off on the cliff. Remember that?
Yeah.
No, so you can't say you're
Tom
gonna call up
Brady.
a whole whatever, but players who have a certain age, James Milner,
So
a lead boy.
Qatar,
So
Qatar,
let me
where's
answer
Morgan
them.
to take the man them game then?
Hold on, man. Where there is a need, where there is a need, when the Leicester coach wanted to park the bus and bring home an FA Cup, who did he call? So him now we have all the sense that him
Ghostbusters.
and him fool. Him stupid because and this was not a game where him called them man up because them 3-0 up and him want to make sure him get a cap and get a game. This is where his reputation, because Brandon Rodgers has not won anything. Even when he was at Liverpool, he was building and then he was cruelly cut short. So this was his swan song. And when fame, life, and reputation on the line is Wes Morgan him call. Give him 10 minutes. Maybe Jamaica needs to go to the World Cup and we leading 1-0 with the final game to qualify against Mexico. Maybe it's Wes Morgan with the call. I don't know. But I think in that position, we have capable, competent deputies and capable, competent persons who have demonstrated both for their club and their country that they can do the job. We do not have a capable, competent central defensive midfielder. Period.
Well, would you say we don't have a more capable defensive centre back than Wes Morgan?
I said we do. We have.
Sorry, Wes Morgan retired?
We have no, but players have come out of retirement already.
No, as I said, the
Yeah,
Danny
Wes
Alves
Morgan
point me
assistant
and drop
now,
on.
Barry.
No, but when you look at your team and you see when they get to that point, they are looking for specific skills. Some people are when we're picking players for Jamaica, we don't say, "Oh, I need a dead ball specialist." We don't reach the part of the game yet.
So
We don't reach the part where we say, "Boy, we need somebody can give in long throw." You know, some man just up on the team because they can't throw the ball long. And that
Rory
was really Rory the lap make $1 million. Cause Rory the lap
just
have a
because he can't
good
throw the
ball
ball.
and body. Him foot them no good.
Yeah.
But Southampton lived, Mathieu Letizier lived, Peter Crouch lived on the long
After the
throw
long
coming
throw.
into the box. I don't know me, I watch football, brother. So I'm
All
saying
right, so
you get hold on, Rome. You get a first level that you're looking for, and then now you get deep now when you really put some fine pieces and fill in the painting. But I just want to make one point about the central defensive midfield. Because, and this is overall in Jamaica and how we look at football. We live in a knowledge-based society, and decisions are made by those who have the best knowledge and information and use that information to make decisions. Now, I talked to my G, Anthony, and I said, look here, two of you inside that in the League One, Kevin Stewart and yourself. Both similar players, one younger, one older. Kevin come out of Liverpool, which means he's properly developed, right? Anthony come out of Chelsea, proper development. So they have the basic fundamental. I say, you're better than the GR. I say, boy, you know, so I'm not do that. I'm not style nobody, right? But I can just tell you some facts. Kevin Stewart don't play half the season. In both games when is it Blackpool where he's at? Blackpool played Swindon. First of all, he wasn't there in the first half of the season. He joined in the January transfer window. And then when the game came around, by the time the game came around, he was injured. So he has about 13 games. So he hasn't had a full active season, him said to me. And him said to me, boy, did we know that Blackpool made a bid for Anthony Grant? And it is after they couldn't get Anthony from Swindon because he had given a verbal agreement to the Swindon coach because he came across on loan, that they went and looked and got Kevin Stewart. So is that apple and apple? So other coaches have made these comparisons before, and sometimes you don't need to reinvent the wheel. Kevin Shaw is a decent central defensive midfielder. So is Jordan Cousins, right? I think Anthony Grant is a level above them. I also think that Isaac Hayden is a level above Anthony Grant, right? Not because of my brother, Mago act like I don't want to speak the truth. Lewis Baker is a level above Anthony Grant today, but Lewis Baker strays into the attacking half and joins up into the attack. So Lewis Baker would be a central defensive midfield of Lewis Baker and Anthony Grant. Jamaica reach at the World Cup. Nobody now stop that. If you're talking about the two CDM, because one is really a CDM and one is a CM.
This is where I want to bring it now. I'm glad you bring up that because we want to carry it back full circle to where other details earlier about actually having two CDMs in a team. I mentioned the top 6 having 2 CDMs in the team. Now, when you look at Liverpool at full strength, no injuries, with Fabinho playing in the CDM position, and then you have 2 number 8s, and number 8s meaning central midfield, which is a box-to-box midfield with Henderson and the youth of them buy from Germany, or maybe even the youth of them buy from Bayern Munich. 2 number 8s is not necessarily 2 central defensive midfielders. You understand? Because when you look at clubs like Leicester with NDD by themselves, right? Even Chelsea with Jorginho and N'Golo Kante. Jorginho is not necessarily a defensive midfielder. Jorginho is more of a number 8, a box-to-box midfield type. So Jamaica doesn't necessarily need 2 central defensive midfielder. If you mentioned the gentleman just a while ago that you say go up and get involved in the attack, the number 8 type player. The problem that a club like Manchester United have is that they want to have 2 central defensive midfield to protect the back line. But Scott McTominay is not a central defensive midfielder, and Fred is not a central defensive midfielder. Fred is just tenacious in breaking up the ball, right? And McTominay is more effective up front than he is defensively. So I don't think Jamaica needs to play 2 central defensive midfielder. What we need is that the person with the killer instinct to break up the play, that CDM. And then we need that number 8, that box to box, and then we need that number 10 to get mixed up with the strike 3. So other details, I don't necessarily think that when you look at the big teams, they play 2 defensive, like Man City. Man City just have Fabinho, and more times than not, them have Fabinho, then Kevin De Bruyne, and Gundogan. Before Gundogan was Silva. They didn't need 2 defensive midfielder. What they did was they would take in the left back or the right back to tuck in the midfield to help with the defensive work when the ball is not on their side. And that's how Pep make up for playing one CDM. So I don't think the top teams on a whole play 2 CDMs, and Jamaica doesn't necessarily need to do that because we just don't have it.
All right, let me respond to that. Harry Winks and Højbjerg at Spurs, Henderson, Fabinho, and Thiago at Liverpool, Alan and Doucouré at Neves, Moutinho and Neves at Wolves, Manu again. Players in some games, 3 players functioning in the role. Pogba drops back for break-up play in the middle, even though I'm played out wide in some games, I'm supposed to drift wide from the midfield. But the function that I'm speaking about is the ability to contain in the middle and the ability to interrupt their play. Now, I personally think that the options that we have in Hector is going to be efficient enough to actually interrupt and break up play before it gets to the centre backs, or if the play arrives out of the wings. So I think it's just a case of how good the central midfielder that we have playing can break up play also when we don't have possession. Because a big feature of the games that I see us playing is that we suffer when we don't have possession, and we suffer not being able to regain possession. Because Jamaica not playing with no gegenpress. You understand? Jamaica is playing in formation. So the concern arises primarily because we see clubs fix it with two persons. Even if it's a central midfielder in the middle of attack. And when I explain it why I'm so stuck on the point too. You remember that we chase Ozil out of the EPL because he was considered what type of footballer category? A luxury player?
Lazy.
Was it not also considered a luxury player when you consider the fact that him?
You can use Arsenal as an example. Arsenal at that side,
No, but there are players who are considered luxury players. He would, our equivalent would be Jermaine Hugh.
And that's where I'm at. I think we can afford a luxury player.
What's his name? With the he used to play for Colombia. Carlos Valderrama. Right?
So
the world has moved on and changed. And I want to look at something. Look at West Ham. Thomas Tuchel is not really a defensive midfielder. He's a box-to-box midfielder.
Thank you very much.
Right? He has 63 shots for the season. Right? Versus Declan Rice, who is the real
defensive midfielder. Right? So you have to take on and look at that in terms of how it comes. So you have to mix and match. It's like when you used to have a little and large strike force. Like but we can.
So you have to mix and match you really have a CDM and a CM or a box to box.
But we can literally add the details. We can literally go through the list where you mentioned, even though we won't, and pick out every one of those pairings that you call out and break it down one by one. The one that stick out to me is Neves and João Moutinho and Moutinho with two Portuguese man them, right? Yeah, João Moutinho is not a central defensive midfielder.
100% right with that. You're right with that.
Even when him a player over Spain, I think for Monaco or one of them, there has never been a central defensive. If you look at Spurs, which I don't know why I call Spurs at top 6 side, Spurs dead too. But if you look at Spurs, right? Højbjerg is a central defensive midfielder. Harry Winks doesn't know what he is from, but he's definitely not a central defensive midfielder, right? What was the other pairing you call out again?
You can give me back one more pairing them. I gave you Fred and Scott McTominay at Man U.
Yeah, them two man there, none of them are the central defensive midfielder. Fred was a box-to-box midfielder when he was playing at Shakhtar Donetsk. The only reason why Fred playing where he is right now is because Manchester United have nobody better to break up the play. Fred is not in there because Fred is not in there because he's one of the greatest defensive midfielder. Fred is in there because of his tenacity and his ability to break up the play. And that's why McTominay is sitting right next to him, because Fred needs the protection and the help so they can protect the back line, right? McTominay is more effective moving forward. McTominay is more of a box-to-box. McTominay should be closer to the opponent's box. So again, Manchester United is playing them in the role using two defensive midfielders. That's because they literally don't have any other option, right? But those guys are not defensive midfielders either.
I think let me help you, because I think what other details mixing up is formation with function. So in football, you have a particular formation, and you have, when you're doing it, you have 4-2-3-1. So many people probably see the formation and think the function is for both to sit. That's not the function. Like you're saying, one is more creative and one sits as. But the formation says 4-2, but they don't sit.
Right.
So you can't mix the formation with the function, because even they spoke about Ozil, because remember, whether you're attacking mid, a defensive mid, a midfielder on the outside right, outside left, you're expected to defend now in modern football. The issue with Ozil is not a position, is that he wasn't functioning in a Kevin, because Kevin De Bruyne is what you call a number 10. And when people compare Kevin De Bruyne with Ozil, Kevin De Bruyne comes back and defend. Ozil didn't. We are saying that Jamaica don't have the luxury of putting players out there who are not going to come back into the formation, though their function is different. We want somebody, we don't want to. All right, so let's look at it this way. Liverpool, Chelsea can operate with two Conte. Tottenham couldn't operate with two wings.
No, man.
West Ham couldn't operate with two Declan Rice. You understand me?
I want to say something about great defensive midfielders. Great defensive midfielders, a lot of the time, upgrade them talents to being box-to-box players. And you see, when you say a while ago, 2 Kantes is a thing where Thierry Henry spoke about. Him say, it's one thing to have 2 strikers, but to have 2 world-class defensive midfielders means that them not going to score in a season. It just not going to happen. And the strength of Chelsea and Champions League right now, I still think rests on the fact that they play with that pivot in defensive midfield. The smart and brilliant Jorginho, Kante pairing. Monsieur destroy Real Madrid playing with just Casemiro in a central defensive midfield. But I see where for us, we would have more control when we don't have possession. If we had a central midfielder that has the ability to do more tackling than just ball play. Because I spend most of our games based on what we see, actually not having possession. And that's what I've been seeing. Against the US, we never have possession.
Let me add to that, because you know when if you go back to when René Simões had the team, right? Most of us remember that one of the major problems Jamaican had with this René Simões team is that we always play, we made like 10 passes in the defensive third almost every single game. And people used to complain a whole lot because we were trying to possess the ball. This Theodore Whitmore team, from what I have seen, look like we don't want the ball. We don't want to play with the ball. We want to set up without the ball, move in position, get it and counter. And so he normally sets up his team in his mind, I think, not to, all right, when I get the ball, how many passes we are going to make? No, I don't think he does that. I think he sets up and says, when the opponent get the ball, how am I going to win it back and just try to get them on the counter? I think his philosophy is what determines how the players function on the field. And that is why, I think guys like McGee going to struggle to play in a Whitmore side. Even a Ravel Morris, if he's not going to tackle. Because Whitmore I don't think Whitmore one of those coaches who although he was a creative player, I don't think he want no heap of man a create and now come back come defend, because I don't think he can coach players how to play with the football.
Because he might not be tactically there.
Exactly.
I will comment on that, but I will say something differently. Some teams use the 2 central defensive midfielders, right? Or 2 persons operating in the center of the midfield, the middle of the park. There are other successful teams, Leeds United, that when you have a special CDM, it frees up a role. And so we play with Calvin Phillips, and Calvin Phillips alone. And he mans and marshals, and we saw where in the second game, he was able to manage both Fred and McTominay on the park.
No. All right, hold on, Cataract, because the first game versus Manchester United.
No, but why you gone there?
Well, I'll get in there. Give me a second. The first game when you play Calvin Phillips alone.
When I couldn't win, I was cramped.
The reason why. So are you telling me they never changed up the tactics?
No.
The tactics completely changed in the second game.
No. What changed in the second game? What changed in the second game is 2 things. One, Leeds now the players had more experience in the Premier League and less naivety. And 2, some players who had come from overseas, like Koch and those guys, Llorente, they had now integrated themselves into the team. So that different Leeds in the buck up on. When they really were thought it was still one player in the middle of the park. It was still Calvin.
No, it wasn't. Click had a totally different role in that game.
I want to say something. I want to read a comment. I want to read a comment when I have time. Someone send a comment.
take Leicester. Leicester plays alone with NDD. NDD is the only destructive midfielder. Then you have all the fancy Nancy boys, you know, Madison and
Tillemans, because they can do it. Yeah,
so, but Tillemans are more boxer. But the pivot is NDD. So there are teams that play with the one central defensive midfielder versus the two. And I never play football, but I just watch the sport, and man's man there. But the idea is that if you clog up with the two central midfielders, you leave space behind you or in front of you. Sorry, you leave space in front of you that allow people to run at you and then exploit wide.
Listen,
so when
I'm in agreement with you.
When you put two in the middle, you know, all I'm do is just go wide, and that's what Leeds did. We utilize Luke Ayling. Right?
I'm in agreement with you, you know, that with the two defensive midfielders dead to me completely, which is why I think as soon as Manchester United acquire Declan Rice or Ndidi, you know, then we can, or Kamavinga, not Kamavinga, but we can get rid of the two running in the back.
I love people football, I don't. I love other people football. I love other people football.
Yeah, Gunners are talking about the man and just want to grab the man upside down.
The Bible said, thou shalt not covet thy neighbor's defensive midfielder. All right.
Like that.
What may I say about the comments though? I want to read the comment here. So Jeremy Miller said the roles of central defensive midfielders are different. Perlo, Xabi Alonso, Fabregas, and most recently Jorginho are ball-playing CDMs, which are different from the regular CDMs like Makaleli, Roy Keane, or Gattuso.
Real talk.
That's a real. I respect the commentary.
I was gonna say that Jorginho and
you know,
Conte pairing make Chelsea that's why the reason why Chelsea started Real Madrid, because Jorginho hold on for the ball while Conte breaking it up. Jorginho is a retention type of player, so I really thought.
But it's the same thing. But when you go to let's look at the Italy situation. Gattuso and Perlo played in the same team because though they are two, they are two different functions. Though the formation said both of them were CDMs, their functions were different. But both of them played in the same Italy midfield, Gattuso and Perlo. It's just what all we are saying is that even when it's two, the functions is not for both of them to sit. One normally plays above the other, who can be more creative and make more passes and join in the attack. But in defending, the function is to fall back into that too. But I think Karu, let me tell this. I believe Ozil so down, but I think Ozil is a great player. But I think when football transition, he never transitioned with it in terms of how the number 10 functions. And that is always saying that Kevin De Bruyne is he able to come back and defend and tackle. Bruno Fernandes, there you go. All of these guys now come back and tackle. All we are saying is that Ozil is one of those older kind of number 10. If you want star number 10, but never transition with the game. Jamaica don't have that kind of quality right now. So what we have to do, listen, which game have you watched on Jamaica? I want somebody to tell me when last have they watched Jamaica national team made 15 passes in one game. Remind me of the game and I'll go and watch it.
I don't think we can do that. But I
15 passes straight. Clarify yourself. 15 passes straight.
15 consecutive passes.
Right. But I think I saw a commentator Teddy Lee Gray make a statement about and raise the forgotten name in Daniel Johnson, who in all the discussion I have been guilty. I haven't raised it because really Daniel Johnson is a box-to-box midfielder, and you would then be trying to convert a box-to-box midfielder to be disciplined enough to take on and stay there. You see the beauty about Anthony Grant? And he said to me, there is a mindset that is in the great central defensive midfielders. And that mindset is, I am not going for the glory. I am here to do the dirty work. Mop up the floor, the things behind the scene that nobody is going to praise me about. And it takes a special footballer who doesn't want that glory hunting, right? Versus somebody who you convert into the role. Calvin Phillips still have it in him, and he still want to go forward and score, you know. But it's not that inbuilt. That's why some people are great wingers, because when we say English are a traditional winger, you know, all you do, they used to tell you as a winger. Those who started when I was learning and do my little coaching up in England and stuff, you know, like a coaching certificate for them give you. A winger, the first instruction you give, hug the sideline. The sideline is your friend. If you're playing in the game and you don't look down and you don't see the sideline beside you, something wrong. They used to call them the outside right and the outside left in a previous lifetime in the 80s when Liverpool was there. And they had Kevin Keegan, the flying winger at Liverpool, right? Now, the game changed and everything balanced, and wingers have to do different things. They have to come back and defend. So, we are looking at a real hole that Jamaica has. And you don't need one, you need two, because I believe that people get injured. People need to be rested, right? Although, I'll keep blowing his trumpet, Anthony Grant is a very durable player. Lewis Baker is a very durable player. They tend to play all the games of the season. Isaac Hayden has suffered a season-ending injury. But then in that position require two more things, Ro. And still I keep quote the general, the judge. That role, what has been lost in it sometimes, that role is the enforcer. You have to have an enforcer.
Well, you know, more than just the enforcer, Tino Katarak is also setting the tempo, because it's a central defensive. Set the tempo. All right, him set the tempo of the attack.
You put the foot, no, but that's another role, you know, but you put, as an enforcer, you put the foot down. When you have young, creative players, when you have the luxury players, if a man go in on Emmanuel Petit, and Roy Keane put on a tackle upon Emmanuel Petit, trust me, right? That's before Paul Scholes used to, they could have defend himself. Vieira put it on Paul Scholes, on Paul Scholes or David Beckham, right? Because you want to stamp your thing. We forget a great central defensive midfielder, Paul Ince. They used to call him the governor. When he was at Wimbledon, he said, I govern this game. I govern. No, in Jamaica, when they say we govern the four corners of the pitch. There was another one, David Batty. You call him John the Baptist. No man come to the defense except by me when I was watching Leeds. If you want to get to my back line, you come through me. So, Isaac Hayden is that kind of enforcer, and Anthony Grant is that kind of enforcer. And the intrinsic things now, because, you know, in a sports, you have the physical aspect, you have the technical aspect, you have the skill, but you have some intrinsic things. For me, central defensive midfield is the one position where the player that come in, if he's coming from England, I have to love Jamaica. Because that's something you have to do for love. It can't be a man with on the fence. Because that's the one where you have to put your body on the line and you run yourself into the ground. So it has to be a man that loves Jamaica, wants the best for Jamaica, wants to protect the Jamaican youth them. Right? And so for that reason why, that's the only reason why I have a hesitation about Hayden, who was saying, boy, let me wait and see. I don't think it's not like a striker. I don't think it's a wait and see position. It's a position where you're the heart of the club. You wear your heart. If you look on Declan Rice and Kant, them and they wear their heart, them or the club on them sleeve. That's my view of that role. Daniel Johnson does too, you know. Man a born yard man. So I think he could be converted if he should take on such a role. But you need somebody in the middle of the field that low. And the last thing, because we're going to make some other man talk, somebody mentioned Bobby Reid. Bobby Reid has played across the entire left, right, and attacking midfield for Fulham. So he can take on any of those roles. He may be best on the right, but he's not a slouch when he's playing attacking midfield. When he's hooking up with Lookman and the other African guy, Mbuena, that's his name. I'm not certain. Mbuena. There's another.
Guista.
At Fulham, there's another African in the middle of the park.
Anguissa.
Okay, Anguissa. So they hook up in the middle there, and the thing that's static. One of the beauties of something, is that you want to be able to change in the middle of the game, and sometimes you go over upon the left, and sometimes you're operating upon the right, and keep the opposition guessing. That's how I see that middle. That's how I see that Bobby Reid, and I'm calling my thing Bobby Reid, Leon Bailey, and Nathan Redmond, that triumvirate of midfield.
I'm glad they mentioned Bobby Reid, I'm glad they mentioned Bobby Reid because that's one of the topics I want to talk about, We really need to know, like, with regards to Bobby Reid, what you guys think about the season we have. Should he be going down with Fulham or should he be looking for another team to play with? So we want the man them really opine on that, to be honest. Like Bobby Reid, the season we have, and same thing with Antonio. What does he bring to the team? And do you think he should be starting alongside Leon Bailey or should it be either or?
It all depends still. Bobby Reid definitely bring.
Yeah, I think Bobby Reid can play in the Premier League. I think he had a good enough season for Fulham to even stay up with one of the promoted teams. Meaning, either Norwich, because Norwich is going to probably lose a couple of players if all the transfer rumors are okay. So I think that's a team that he could fit in. And Watford as well. I could see him playing at a Watford. That's the next team. And I also think even a Newcastle, even the teams on the lower end of the Premier League, I could see him fitting in at a Newcastle, playing alongside Saint Maxima and stuff. So I think he's going to stay in the Premier League. I think he did well enough to stay in the Premier League. But it would not hurt him as well if Scott Parker stays. If Scott Parker stays with Fulham and they can keep that side together, they could come back up like how Watford and Norwich did, because those teams kept, especially Norwich, kept their team together and they came back up immediately. So the worst case scenario, he goes back down and the Fulham team comes back up because they keep most of their players. But I could easily see him going to Newcastle or to even a Brighton, which I think if Sones is at Brighton and Bobby Reid goes there, because I think that's one of the good coaches out there because of how his team play. I think that would be good for Bobby Reid. Yeah, but I think like if we go back to the central midfield thing, the truth is that the problem Jamaica has is that we don't have a central defensive midfielder right now who is able to pass the ball. One of the things that Peter Cargill did when he came into the Jamaica team is that he made a lot of passes. He would take the ball from Ian Goodison or from Durant Brown or from Linval Dixon. He was the one who was doing all of that. And then he had like the Fitzroy Simpson and the Theodore Whitmore. But he was really that one player that René Simoes had that would take that ball. And he never lost the ball. And that's the thing with the Jamaica defensive midfielder. They lose the ball too easily. And that is the problem with the team, why we can't transition, why certain things don't happen with the team. Because if your central defensive midfielders are not able to be good ball handlers, it's going to affect your transition game.
Mannings, man, I want to say something in support of that point. One of the things I want to say that nurtures good defensive midfielders out of a league is referees. So unsurprising, not true? That referees actually make central defensive midfielders better. Here's why. You see, when you look at the Red Stripe Premier League, if Manningsman as the central defensive midfielder say, oh, well, pass, we're going to start it from the back. And as the centre back get it, the man wide play back to Manningsman and him try a thing in it. And him even worse, him go shifter man. He try it in a Mannings Cup, try it in a D Cup. All that happen is after a while, man, I'm going to start decide I'm going to hurt you. You understand? Because when I look on world-class central defensive midfielders, them always end up in a 50-50 ball and get the better end of it. But in terms of discipline on the part of the referee, that's a big part of why them develop over time in leagues. Because if the man them consistently hit them down and decide to mash them up, the ability to create them now come out of the Manning Cup or the D Cup. If the man them consistently have them foot broke or consistently injured.
That is true, you know. But let me say this though. But one of the things I realize in the Premier League, I can give you like some teams for you to look at. Like a lot of the goals, because in the Premier League, a lot of teams play high press, especially Liverpool, right? So now that central defensive midfielder, they try to break the line. Because if they get past the first press, then you know they're gone. And it's something like Arsenal does. Leicester does it with Ndidi. He gets Brighton does it with Besuma. Kante does it at Jorginho does it at Chelsea. Alcantara or Jordan Henderson does it at Liverpool, where they go deep, take the ball, because now the ball is played in the 18-yard box, you know, because they can pass it around. They take it at the edge of the 18. And in one turn, sometimes, Thomas Partey does it for Mannings, for Arsenal, sorry. One turn sometime, and they beat the press. I am saying Jamaica don't have any of those players right now that can take that ball from that can take that ball from low, or and in one turn they beat the press of the USA. In one turn, beat the press of the United States. And that is the problem. They are good tacklers and they may win the ball. When they win it, what them do with it?
All right. We're gonna push the argument a little bit forward a little bit so we can touch the last topic on the title. However, hold on a bit, Cataract. Let me say this before we jump in. When with the panel, I'm very serious about this, right? Because the coach put me in as in substitute for the program. I'm not gonna say this, I'm gonna only say this one time. If the panel are gonna make it use examples to make their point, try not to bring Arsenal into it. Arsenal is dead. Yes? Can we all agree?
You can't do that, you know. You cannot do that.
Okay?
You cannot do that.
It might be the first time not a host get a beaten, but I'm on a lead side, keep out of this foul fight. Let me tell you something.
Hey,
hold on. I want to say something serious.
Hey, red card for room.
Remember the last time the coach did have to put himself in the back room, you know. Yeah, a minute, you know. Okay. Iron Sports, you raise a serious point, and which is why I'm saying to you, and I'm working with you, and you know the people that we're working with, because you cannot have a problem and the solution is sitting you there in your face, right? You raise the point about passing, and if you look at the available ones who are Jamaican, I mean, I look for the man when they say now come or whatever, people who have interest. Lewis Baker's passing accuracy in the Turkish Premier League this season was 89%. Isaac Hayden is an 81% passer. Corey Smith at Swansea is an 80% passer. Anthony Grant is an 81% passer. So you have...
What is Bobby Reid?
Bobby, hold on. I'm gonna bring up. I have to go in up to Bobby. Where is Bobby in my up?
Come on, we can continue doing making the point.
I'm saying those are great passes. Those are the ones that we have are 80 and over percent. Bobby Reid is 76%, 77%. Which is just below, but 80 is the standard. 80 is the standard that you look for in a central defensive midfielder. That means that 8 out of 10 times your pass reaches its intended target. and you don't put your team under pressure. Right? Now, if we are sitting there with at least 4 of who are prospective, we must be chasing one of them, because that is the problem. If we're saying that the central defensive midfielder is the problem, and Iron Sports, you're saying that what you really need is for the Peter Cargill type of approach, where you want somebody who is careful with the ball and who passes it without making an errant pass. But you cannot have a man like Michael Hector, who's in the 3 scouting sites I go on. The number one weakness that they highlight, as in a -5 star, very weak, is error proneness. Me never see that for nobody else. I am alone in create history. Me I look for the whole of the central defensive midfielder. Anthony Grant is concentration and weakness. Other man have other little things, you know what I say? But me never see this something from nobody. Something we turn into something when name error prone. It's like you give a I don't know. It would be like I said before, you're trying to put a square peg in a triangle, or you're having puss guard butter, or giving a top gallus the key to your house for look after your wife while you gonna Miami. You must get bugged.
Alright, Cataract, check this out. We're gonna make the coach. We're gonna the coach is back, so we're gonna make him introduce the last segment. You know,
Take it easy and Hector.
before we get the last segment, though, hold on. Before we get the last segment, the man them pan. Hold on, Alex, hold on. Alex, hold on. Before we bring in the next segment, Zane, we're gonna make the coach introduce the segment and we're gonna go through it. But we want the man them understand something Cataract said earlier. Cataract being done as fans, as patrons of Jamaica football, we need to stop being emotional when it comes to these players, right? Because this next player that we're going to talk about emerged a lot of emotion from Jamaican players, and them only know him since November. You understand what I say? So, Coach means he's back. The big man is back to take out the dugout. So, take it away, Coach.
Yeah, man, respect.
Before you go further, I know him since 2012.
Red card for Rome. For the Arsenal thing. Red card.
You know, man, big up the people in the building. Cataract, I am sure. Rome, Crux, all the details, Devon and Alex. Yeah, man. Respect to Rome for get the team out and running, you know. Played some excellent football, yeah, in my absence, and we have to big up the substitute coach, you know what I mean? Yeah, so people, yeah, man, but they have 1 and 2 time a viewer going, but you know, I couldn't have no hands on and put up no message and all of them things there. So big up to Rome, yeah, man. They did such an awesome. You know, somebody messaged me and say, "Yo, it sure nice." Yeah. So Rome,
we can't man asleep. So
yeah, man. Big up yourself, man.
Big up yourself.
Yeah, man. Big up yourself. All right. So people back in our building. So the last part of the thing we talk about Ravel Morrison. He made a tweet. For persons who don't know, the tweet was JFF, shake my head, and then it was deleted. You know what I mean? So there are a lot of speculation on what really caused that tweet. But let me hear some people say, no, well, go on. Alex.
Coach, Rome here right now. I tell you, Ravel, they are Jamaican. Where you have
Ravel is in Jamaica.
Yeah, Ravel put up on his story, man. The Jamaica coach, man, got grocery, New Kingston, the man, the coach.
Yeah.
On his story, and it's in Jamaica. Now, you're punching the ear. How do you feel? Ravel's gonna train with the 6 players in a room, but they are yard, you know.
Room gone, you know.
But
room gone, man.
Over Ravel Bant and Ravel should get picked. The man they are Jamaica right now. Some don't know what owner say.
But what does that mean?
Yeah.
What does that mean? Because he's in Jamaica, what?
Alex happy. That's what it means. Alex happy.
It's totally the wrong place because there's no football or
No,
facilities here.
but commitment. Man show commitment like some people wanna do.
He's on
Man show
vacation.
commitment.
Oh,
This man
commitment
is
coming
not
at that,
vacation.
Alex.
The man forward, but in forward for a vacation.
Yeah. So, me not
Unless,
understand.
unless you're telling me that he's going to sign up with one of the RSPL team and
Yeah,
play
that
the season, then a
because
different thing. Then you tell me
Yeah,
no, if you're
he
telling me
must sign for Mount Pleasant. He must sign for Mount
I
if
must
you're telling
Mount
Pleasant.
me,
Pleasant.
if you're telling me that Ravel is going to go
But people,
unknown,
hey, you remember one show where you have a me that suggest say a better Ravel come play for one of them side of Jamaica. We not say that gonna happen, you know. But it would be a good look. He would have play some ball. You know what I mean? So I mean, if that go on, we can punch the ear for that, Alex. But as it is right now, to punch the ear, I mean, the man that Jamaica, he's a Jamaican, so I mean, nothing spectacular or special about that. You know what I mean? What you say about that? I am sure.
I mean, I would hope that the players who are not training, that if there's a way for Whitmore to kind of get them together to start preparing for the trip, because a couple of weeks from now. So if he's here for that purpose, then good. Because why would he travel to Jamaica to be on vacation, to go back to England, to leave and go to Japan? I think if he's here and it is true, I think he can get in some work training one of the Premier League clubs. If the local players you understand me, are not training, because not all the players named in this team are playing football right now. I know Boza is here, so maybe there is something going on right now because Boza is also in Jamaica, right? So is it that they're having a little training? Is it that they're having a little training camp, or could it be that this guy who is from England down by Mount Pleasant, who was at Wimbledon, probably said, "Listen, come over to Jamaica, come to Mount Pleasant. I mean, play a couple of games until you get into contract." I don't know, because he's a free agent, so we don't know. Maybe Alex can see if we can get him on the show like I'm here. You understand me? So you can drill him. But I think it would be good though if he was able to do some training. That's very important, because at the international level, I don't think you can go at the international level and just star it up without proper football. But backwork football. You get away with that at certain level in club football. But at the international level, national teams don't allow you to do that. You're not going to go and play against Serbia if you're not playing in the football and dominate. You're not going to do that against Japan. You're not going to do that against Mexico. So if Ravel is really not playing no football, he will not be able to keep up in the game. No matter how much tears him run, no matter how much lap him run on a field, or how much juggling him doing. If he's not playing football, he cannot play against a Serbia team and play well, even in a friendly at the international level. And so it is very important for him, because his position is a position that Daniel Johnson, his position is a position where Bobby Reid can play. So it's not a secure position. I mean, he's a star, but I don't think his position is like set in the team. And there are other players. If all of those other players come from the Premier League, he has to be playing some football. Maggie, I hear that Maggie has bulked up. I hear that the man using him right foot now, almost as good as him left foot, because he wants to be in the Jamaica team. I hear that. I mean, the man thighs and the man calves and the man hands bigger in chest, putting on a lot of weight. So, and Ravel came out and said that Maggie is one of the best he sees in Jamaica and should be in the Premier League. So he has to up his game, or else he could be out of a spot.
What do you think about that, Devon? You agree with Manins, man?
I am not saying that he will be out of a spot, but he needs to be playing some constant football. Ravel is Ravel, and I know what Ravel can do if you give him the chance and put the players around him for him to shine. I'm not gonna compare Maggie with Ravel because Maggie still have a lot of development to do. You know, we don't know how far he can get, but from what I understand and what I'm hearing is that he's well dedicated to his training and he's taking it seriously. And for me, it will be good if he can come in, Tyree can come in and put some pressure on some of the midfielders. That now will make Whitmore's job a little bit harder in selecting the team. And as a coach, when you look on the bench and you see players that can start in your team on the bench, coming off the bench in case of a tactical move or injuries, that's bonus to him. That's bonus to him.
So Ravel people, the Jamaica, KFC Guardsman, yeah. So that are the clip or the story Ravel put up on him.
Well,
Instagram.
I have suggested a long time ago that if he does not find a club, the best thing for him is to come to Jamaica. If Whitmore have a camp going on, a secret camp, he can be part of it. Or play with a Premier League team. He's a free agent, nothing is wrong with that. It's football. And once he's getting his touches in, the game will come back slowly to him. But I don't think he's going to miss a beat because I've watched him recently playing in the park in England with some top footballers. You know, and this is what some of these guys are already retired, but they still have the age, maybe 38, 37, and still technically good and inclined. And that shows something because a footballer, anywhere football is played, I always find football. It doesn't matter if he's not playing in a club situation, but a footballer will always find some football to play.
The Cataract, I see you get up out of your slum by now, yeah. Yeah, man. It sounds like at the age party get him a rose, you know? Talk to us, Cataract.
No, unless it's the reggae girls. No arousal. TP, pick up yourself.
Yeah,
from them long days, Reggae Boys Supporters Club, and we get started, you know. But look, they will have a challenge, man. Come, because we have to be serious. History has shown that people who are not training constant and consistently, keeping your body at match fitness level and match sharpness, you will always be a step below. You may use some God-given skills to get around it, but if you really are quoting playing ball and running rings around a Masters League man in a park in England, like what we call pub football, something wrong. Devon, the players for Jamaica, we can't take the team as a scrub. And I said it earlier when and I go wait for coach to come back and tell you the level of player and what Michail Antonio has done. It really didn't happen from when Robbie Earl came, because we had the Premier League players play for Jamaica before. Robbie Earl, Marcus Gale were Premier League players. Frank Sinclair was in the Premier League. But this top level Premier League player and others who are, I mean, Monday's D-Day, as management said, the 23rd. You're in, you're out. But we are speaking about a player, and I have no disrespect to anybody, because everybody have them craft, brother. But if you start on Stone Love and then you end up one sound, round a one part, one place, that's not progression. That's decline. And Ravel's career has been in a state of decline. And he has to ask himself hard questions. Because we have to analyze, we have to pet and pamper people. This is not a rehab center. Me never know a rehab center may sponsor and support. As waiting for coach to come back, I said, we drop it earlier upon your program, because even though me and Simon link tight, but sometimes I'm coming, I still have to give you some snippets. My calculation is 540 strikers in the Premier League, down to League 2. Roughly about 6 per club of the 92 clubs. Coach, you know what percentage of them are Jamaican with Jamaican heritage? 25%. 1/4 of every striker you see in England in the various leagues is a Jamaican. What we are ramp with? Which country in the world can boast that? From who they are, West Brom, Michail Antonio at West Ham, Carl and Grant at West Brom, Keenan Davis at Aston Villa, come right down. The 3 golden boot. The 3 golden boot for Championship League 1 and League 2. A 3-yard man. I want to ramp with. And I tell me about playing a park. Johnson Smith, James Vaughan, Ivan Toney, all have the ability to play. 2 of them who have passport. So it can be, if a man is serious about his international career, brother, serious about yourself. I grew up as a fighter, right? And I grew up with my grandfather. You have to learn to dance at home before you can dance abroad. And a whole heap of people have a whole lot of skill. I recall when Mike Tyson got knocked flat on his rear end in Japan by Buster Douglas, who was oversized. They said oversized and whatever. But you don't take the thing seriously. You don't train. You can get knocked out on a good day. You might be able to get by, but we don't want to be just on getting by. We want to have consistency at a consistent high level. I believe it is so.
Well, I want to say still not 100% on the wagon that Ravel Morrison shouldn't play for Jamaica because we don't have a club. Look at how he's built. I think his career and his age at 28, 29, it's necessary that he plays, because it's one thing to play in another club, you know, but it's not the case that most of the people that want to put in front of him have the record that he's had in football, and it's not a record that we should say is dead. You know, he have a very solid record in football.
Can you expound on that record, please? For the record?
Well, look at it. 2008, he played for England under 16. He went on to England under 17. He went on to England under 18. He went on to England under 21. Now, all of these sides that he was playing in at England, I can say without a doubt that there was nothing there that said that he was on a path from 2008 in the under 16 at England to the under 21 in 2013 that said he was going to be playing for Jamaica. He was on a path to actually be in the English side. Now, in terms of the statement about him, his career has diminished. I want to say that similarly so, in playing the Premier League 18 games and Championship 58. And at 28, you know, the man being 28.
But let me jump in a little bit the other details, because this comment on the screen is very telling, you know, because when you look at it, if Ravel Morrison which we know he has the technical ability and all of that.
Provide the evidence. Provide the evidence of that, please. I just ask you to provide the evidence of that.
Evidence?
Very serious. Yes.
No, man.
You have a player who has not scored a goal since 2018.
Cataract. May I agree with all of that and all of the statistics, but from what I have seen, this young man did for us in the games that he would have played for us, something caught my eye. So the eye test, 1.5 game. So the eye test, 1.5 game, 1 half, and then a full game. So in my estimation, him caught me with the eye test. Now, statistics are very critical. So you have to merge it to them. But for now, based on what I have seen, his technical ability is there. But the point I want to make is that this person is saying, which other national team out there is actually picking a player that is without a club? And if Ravel is our best player and he has not been playing football for a while, then that doesn't argue well for what we have here in Jamaica. That's the point I want to make, you know. So the eye test of Ravel caught me because I believe he's a very good footballer. Based on his movement, his technical ability, how he passed the ball and all of that, that caught me in that game that he played. Or that game and a half that he played. You know what I mean?
And that's exactly what I'm coming off of as a coach. That ability that he displayed for us. He didn't get that from just any old place. Got that from Manchester United Academy. So when we're looking about the fact that we want academy footballers and want an academy and we want players that are tactically sound, we must remember, not one of us, and very few, I don't believe any of the viewers has the eyesight test coach of Alex Ferguson. And Alex Ferguson look at Ravel Morrison and said there's something there.
Yeah,
I don't think he would say the same thing now.
Not only Ravel, Sam Allardyce, Big Sam, and a lot more people would have said it.
And before I pause for a second to allow someone, I want to say that those things are credentials which we don't have anybody on the side that we can compare him to. So
and that's my point. All the details. So if this man now playing a football and him basically him play 1.5 game for it and him outshine the others, then that simply mean we in a very, very bad state.
Yeah. Let me just interject and say something, because listen, I'm not saying that I am not saying that Ravel should not go to Japan and play against him. That's not my point. So we're playing our first game in September and Ravel is not in a club. Are we saying that he's still supposed to be in the squad?
Yeah,
because
man,
he's already in the squad.
Mannings, man, I want to say something about that. You see, when you're a professional footballer and you have earned from a professional salary, your access to training and physical development and all number of things is greater than just a man in Jamaica where I try to play from a...
No. Follow me now, because listen, remember, I made no... you have to stick to what I ask, Though I'm not making a comparison. I am not comparing Ravel Morrison to any baller who play in the position in Jamaica. I am not doing that. So he's better than every baller that plays in that position in Jamaica. Way better than them. There's no comparison. That is not. So I'm not trying to make a comparison between him and McGee or him and Walker or anybody else. Here's my question. So we go and play, and he plays well in these two games. Our first game is in the Azteca against Mexico. Up to that point, he has no club and still training on his own. You're saying that he still fits into the team. As long as when he plays, in the friendlies, he plays well. He fits into the team, even without a club. All I'm saying to you is that is not the best precedence to set for your national team.
But one thing I want to say about this thing about the man not having a club. You know, seriously think that if this man was in a position where desperate for a club, the man couldn't have played football in a English League 3,
All right,
English League, whatever.
Let me say something.
I've been trying to say something for the longest while now. I'm listening to everybody. And I want to say this. I'm not argue football and emotion, Papa. And coach, you have a lot of eye tests. Saudi Arabia is the 65th ranked country in the football world. This was not a sterling performance against, let's say, Mexico or
and me can't intervene there, so
hold on.
No, hold on. May I give you your time? No, may I give you time, Qatar?
But you
Let me pause. No, hold on. Remember say, me have that privilege if you can't stop anybody. Yeah, because you have to come back next. Me agree with that point the way you're gonna make, even though you know, close it yet, but me know where you get that. As a football person, Qatar, see, me know say you can use one game or a half a game and know if a man is a baller. See? Me know you can do that. So you see the eye test, it is real. I just that part that me had to it. And based on what me see what him do in that half a game or 1.5 a game, me can say this baller has credential. Simply put. Continue.
So again, me gonna ask hard. And I'm being fair to the youth. I'm not try style a man because I can't play like him. Right? But I'm talking about my national team, who I would like to see reach at least the semifinals of the World Cup. Maybe my ambition is different than other person's ambition, right? I'd like to see my team reach the semifinals, get out of the group stage, win a quarterfinal match. The bottom line is that Ravel Morrison has flattered to deceive. That's the sporting analogy. Will this new mother take my place? He has broken a lot of hearts of people who believe in him. Right? And while Alex Ferguson and Sam Allardyce may have made a positive judgment, there are a plethora of other managers for whom he has played who have seen it differently and saw fit not to sign him or not to renew his loan or to release him from his contract. And they may not be Alex Ferguson level, but they are certainly professional managers. But because to me, the maths is there.
Hold on, man.
Listen to everybody. Hold on, man.
All right, Qatar, go ahead.
At club level, Ravel has not scored a goal in lower leagues since 2019.
Yeah, but that never worked with Reggae Boys in 1998 Qatar.
Hold on.
Ernest Miles put together a side from our English Premier League base.
Everybody that. But me, my time, I listen to everybody, you know. What I'm saying to you is the creative midfielder part of whose responsibility is to chip in with their fair share of goals. Because you are part of the attacking tandem. You're not playing defensive midfielder right back. Right?
Well, listen what me have to say.
Hold on. All right, go on. Everybody talk. Tell me what.
No, Qatar, get up on the floor, man. Go on. Chad, hold on. Long time we want to get the point across and we keep cutting it.
Right? Ravel has scored 12 goals in his entire career as an attacking player from 2012 to now, over a decade. Since 2014, it's one club that Ravel has played more than single figure game, more than 7 games. He played 7 games for Cardiff in 2014. So it's not that he's gone on loan. 7 games at Cardiff, 4 games at Lazio, 5 games at Queen's Park Rangers, 6 games at Aston, 1 game at Sheffield United, 3 games at Middlesbrough, 4 games at Den Haag.
Qatar, you hear them say the way just a call a while ago?
And these are not Premier League.
You think of Reno and Montego Bay United you just call a while ago?
Reno and Montego Bay United, Sheffield United.
That's some big club. You just call them and go and play, you know?
Atlas? Queen's Park
Rangers. Man, we just said to you a while ago. You just mentioned Queen's Park Ravens, West
Queen's
Ham,
Park
Manchester
Rangers.
United.
No, I didn't mention West Ham. Queen's Park Rangers, Cardiff City. He played 7 games for them in 2014. Sum total of his games. He went to Lazio. And in 4 years at Lazio, 4 years from 2015 to 2019, he was signed to Lazio. He played 4 games. Him then go on a loan. 4 games in 4 years. That's 1 game a year. Roughly. I don't say it go, right? But a 1 game a year average. He went on loan to Queen's Park Rangers in 2017 and played 5 games at a championship club. We have footballers who are playing the entire season at them championship club. Jamal Lowe, Liam Moore. Them man have played 38, 36, 34 games. He went to Astonstad and played 6 games. What that means is that at the clubs he goes to, he cannot get in the side. If I bring you in on loan, I'm bringing a loan player, not because I'm sorry for you. I'm bringing you in to do a job. It means that when you have gotten there, sign on the dotted line, you can't break in the team. You cannot displace the starting player. Or you get there and they make you start and then you don't impress because he has not scored any goals. So we are talking about the attacker who has not scored any goals. I am long past watching football to watch a man broke and pile and do them something there. I am watching my team to get a result. And so Ravel has to step up his game 100 times because when I have been to the Azteca at least 3 times in my life. And when I walk up them 100 steps, brother, in that rarefied air, I have to sit down 8 times before we reach the 100 step. It's not a joke thing.
But
you play at
altitude.
altitude.
Thing to play on Old Trafford turf. And a joke thing for playing a West Ham starting 11. And a joke thing, none of them thing there. All of them thing like Cataract.
Manchester United.
Me don't know Cataract. I hand over to Chad.
He has 0 appearances and 0 goals for Man U.
Margo beat some stats for him because we must say.
Good friend Blair, listen to me.
Get Chad at that.
We know that things happen in Ravel's life. Have we ever sit down and think about it and say, what have this young man gone through in his life? Do we know things that he went through? We can't sit down here and judge because we don't know. We're not in his life. I think something happened in Ravel's life.
Yeah, but Devon
still affected him.
Sorry, let me stop you. I don't think may I come to the defense of Cataract. I don't think he's talking about his personal life or what transpired. I think he's talking about the football aspect of it in terms of his footballing stats.
That might boil down to why his football is not where it's supposed to be. That's where I'm coming.
Okay, my bad.
You understand what I'm saying? Because I have read about football players in England who actually commit suicide because they get cut from a club. And the mental health issue with footballers and people on a whole.
I will agree with you on that one, Devon.
It's worse than this pandemic.
That's true.
I'm telling you. You understand? So we have to help the young man. Look at Walter Boyle. We never know how good Walter Boyle could have been. Because nobody take the time out to find out what's going on in his head. What can we do to help him? Maybe Ravel is the same thing. We need to reach out to the young man and sit him down. The person who are in charge need to sit him down and find out what's going on with you. What can we do to help? It's not about his football. The talent is there. It's not about his football. But I think it's something more personal. And we need to find out what it is. And somebody needs to sit him down and talk to him and says, okay, opens up to me. I'm like a father or a brother, a big brother. Let's see if we
Wonder,
can help him.
wonder if he would have come on coach's desk.
You understand?
Talk to things.
Yeah, but it's not a thing to speak out publicly.
Me know, man.
You have to look at that. It can be a personal thing. Even if them have to get him a psychiatrist. Talk to him.
Coach, okay. Can I say something on this quickly?
No, hold on the man. It's a
Alright.
long time chat wait. Sorry.
You know, so
Make Devon finish.
I know we want him to be our number one player. And he can be, but we have to cut him some slacks and see if we can help him down the road. Reach out to him and find out what can we do to help. What's going on with you? You understand? Because we don't know what's in his head. He might have some demon in his head and we don't know. You know?
Right.
Okay,
yeah.
How many coaches in this world of football see one of them player in a game not playing to full potential? And when the halftime whistle blow, and you're walking into the dressing room to do your halftime talk, you put your hand around him and hug him and say, listen, you're a better player than that. And I know you can do better. What's going on? Well, I was in a semi-final game, and let me tell you something. My captain was having the worst game of my life. And I look at the head coach and the assistant coach and said, something wrong. And him asked me, himself, how you know something wrong? I says, that's not him. I know he's a better player than that. And the head coach said to me, no, he doesn't think he's just having a bad game. I said, no, you're wrong. Something wrong. Because I coach him for a while, so I get to understand him. And when the halftime whistle blow, I run to him and put my hand around him and say, tell me something. What's wrong? And as soon as I say what's wrong, you know what happened? The tears start running down. His friend died and his brother died, and none of us know. None of us know. So there are things that affecting players on a whole, and nobody try to reach out to find out. Okay, is there something wrong? Is something I can do to help? So maybe that's his problem. Maybe that's Ravel's problem. We need to find out what's going on. We can't judge him.
Sorry, gentlemen, but me just hop back on to make a quick point, and then me have to hop back off again. But honestly, big man, I cannot subscribe to that type of to that explanation. I mean, I tell you why. Ravel Morrison, as Cataract pointed out, has been to multiple teams. There is not one resource that Jamaica Football Federation has, or any other club in Jamaica has, that those clubs didn't have to give to Ravel Morrison for Ravel Morrison change whatever is going on with him. You understand what I say? There's nothing we can do.
Do you know that any club pointed out anything?
Let me make the point. There's nothing we can do that has not really been done to get Ravel Morrison, as you say, because if you're saying that it's a mental thing that's causing Ravel Morrison not to push to his full potential, there's nothing that we have. These people invest millions of dollars in them players, right? Which means every aspect, every avenue has been open to Ravel Morrison since he was in the academy at Manchester United. So if it's something that's happening in his personal life that's not allowing him to progress, that's not allowing him to stay at a club and play more than 10 months, then there's nothing we can do. This is the Jamaican Football Federation, not the Salvation Army, fam. There's no way we should be.
And guess what? I'm going to say something to you. I am going to say something to you. Before you go, I'm going to say something to you. Yes, people might talk to him, but do they come down to his level? Do they meet him eye to eye and come down to his level? That's a different level of thinking.
When you
can eye to eye with somebody.
Point the other man.
And see the same thing. You understand what I'm saying? If you see a homeless man out there and you say, oh, he's a worthless man, he's homeless. Have you ever put yourself in his position and be homeless with him? Go out there, sleep on the road with him to find out what he's going through. These are the things I'm talking about. You know, it's not about, say, Alex Ferguson might says, okay, the boy have problem and Alex Ferguson will help him and Alex Ferguson talk to him. The talk can be a talk, but if you come down to his level and said, let me see eye to eye with you.
So let me ask you this then, because we still can't understand this. Are you telling me, like, whatever problems that started when he was a young kid going through the academy at Manchester United, none of the moves were he make from Sheffield, West Ham, Lazio, Ten Hag, QPR, every single move that he made has not really given him any sort of resource to fix any problem for him to become the professional that he could be? Are you telling me that the offer we him get the other day, if you go train with Sheffield Wednesday and couldn't make the team because the coach said him not ready, right? Him get offer from Sociedad or wherever, still never pick that up. What else could be done to save Ravel Morrison? Since we are going to be what else could be done?
Panelists.
Darren Moore, Darren Moore said he was not ready.
No, my panelists, me just ask for Chad to get a session. Can nearly over 10 minutes man away. Let's give Chad a chance.
Alright. I'm going to say first thing first. Me hear some little story. I think we're supposed to do some research before the talk on. No. First thing, Ravel got through 14 club in his career. We don't say 14 club, actually he got through 12 club. He start from Manchester United, he got Middlesbrough, he come back, he still there Manchester United, he play 3 games for Manchester United, 3 for Middlesbrough, he play a couple games for U18, etc. He play 4 for Sheffield United, 5 for club where they down Netherlands, he play 6 for Aster, so the same club where you they were coming at Jamaica side. When him again, winger, we all get called up now. Blair Turgott. He play 7 for Cardiff City. He play 8 appearance. He have for Lazio. He have 11 for Manchester United U23. He have 22 apps for Queen Park Rangers. 6 goals, 2 assists. For West Ham, he play 25 games, 5 goals and 2 assists in the season. And he go down Atlas. He have 25 apps, 3 goals. Birmingham City, he have 30 apps, 3 goals and 3 assists. So before the talk, we need to do a research.
No.
Next thing, Ravel Morrison.
Chad.
Yeah.
1 second. Come here, go challenge you.
Memphis, check the phone.
Let me go for Lazio.
Yeah.
You are counting cup appearances. When you measure appearances, it's a league appearances, He had 4 league appearances for Lazio.
Mm-hmm.
So challenge that. And not 8.
Apps are apps, man. You can check it on Google. Apps are apps. In all, not friendlies, but with cup appearance, everything league appearance, it is 8 in all he made. Before they loan him out. When they loan him and he come back from Atlas, he made 1 appearance and it was a friendly before they get rid of him. The next thing, Ravel is a person, listen to me, I know every player with a Leon Bailey ability gonna always depend on top. As in, you're gonna have students who have the best potential, and if you put them in a class with the brightest set of students, the most genius set of students, they still can match up, but yet they not become a lawyer and a doctor. You have to look upon life or life look upon. There has to be a star who never make it to the top. You have to be person out there. Everybody now gonna make it to the top. Everybody now go play for your Barcelona. So Ravel Morrison can match up with Messi on any given day, but the thing is, he must play a level where he want to play. Everybody can't come out to be a doctor, even when you have a doctor ability, even when you know more than a doctor. So you have to look funny. Or just life, me G.
Chad, I challenge you. And I have a place so I never want to take it because I don't like destroy people's career. Right? But Chad, I have a place I take it. If you go to med school and everybody say you have the ability to be a doctor, and your mother and father take up millions and send you go to med school, and then when you come out, you brush dog teeth with your with the potential that you had, all the money invested in you. When a player goes to a Manchester United or a club, they want the player selfishly to do the best so that that club can achieve anything that Ravel would have needed at Manu, they would have given him so that he could have become the star, because Manu want to be dominant. There is no benefit for them going backward. They try to build every player, right?
But based on his story, that wasn't happening because he had to be stealing boots to
everybody's
get
giving all kind of thing. Many players have played for Jamaica who have had criminal charges. Do them time at jail, and we accept them and rehabilitate. You know why it burned my heart, coach, the other day when I put him on my side?
Yeah.
We have an issue with gender-based violence, brother. I mean, they want to bring this up, yes, up freely upon something, because maybe some people don't know that part of the story, dog. But acid and woman don't mix. I mean, I say nothing else.
Let's lower the argument, man.
Let it go. Let it go.
The judge.
Yeah, let go the argument, man. No, man, we can't go back in that past.
Cataract. No, hold on. When a man ever say, nobody not take up them time and mold you. You have big man, me do the time, you know. Marlon King say, listen, me do the crime, me do my time. And we forgive him, and we welcome him. Jamie Lawrence, set speed. Same thing.
But
because everybody can make a mistake. Hold on. Everybody can make a mistake. We're not going on the details, whatever. We're not talking on the out there, so we're not going on the details to destroy the man. But when you have 2 and 3 and 4 times on the same issue, that's some serious thing, brother.
Well, all right.
Elevate yourself. Which is why I just stuck to the football inside of the argument.
All right, let's get to the football. Let's get back to the football.
And I'm saying Ravel, at no club that Ravel has been at, has he fulfilled the potential which some persons have indicated that he has. Right? You have many field geniuses. Many.
No, Cataract.
All right, can I say something? Can I get a minute? All right, so let me just say, because I think my position. Who that somebody is talking?
Alex, we can't hear you clearly, you know. Can't hear you clearly.
Now hear me?
When you say you hear me, we know that you say, but it break out.
Should I go? All right, so let me say this. My position with Ravel is this. Ravel is better in the position that he plays than all the players available to us. What I know is this. If he's not playing regular football, when we get to the World Cup qualifiers and we have 3 games in like 10 days, Ravel cannot give us 390 minutes against Mexico in the Azteca, Costa Rica, and the USA in World Cup qualifiers. He may be able to do it. What?
Nobody can do that.
Yeah, but brother, I may never interrupt you. You go.
None of them can be able to do it.
What I mean, Andre Blake is going to keep in all 3 games.
Only. But on-field play.
Kemar Lawrence is going to play all 3 games unless he's injured.
No.
I'm not asking you. I'm telling you.
Sure.
I'm telling that Kemar. You are telling me that Theodore Whitmore is going to bench players.
Yes, man. Of course. You have club football player. You have club football player. You cannot use one player in 3 games within 3 weeks.
Anyways, let me go back to one point and then you can finish, because I don't understand your logic. So let me say this, all right? So the issue is not whether he's better, and what we must not do is create excuses outside of football, because I could use any Jamaican football. I could use Michael Hector. A lot of you don't know. A lot of the people talking about Michael Hector. don't know that Michael Hector sacrificed a lot when he came to play for Jamaica initially as a youngster. And nobody talks. So he made some mistake. He's not a Ravel Morris. But if we're going to talk about outside things that affect players as to why we
No, we're
should
not talking about those things. We're not talking about those things.
No, right, because no man, what I'm saying is exactly that's why I want to keep it to football, because if you begin to say what he went through and mentally and psychologically, listen, some of the players in the Jamaica team have gone through situation where they don't know their fathers as well. So let's not use that. Let's stick to the football.
Yes,
it is better. It is better for Jamaica and even for Ravel if he's playing club football when he's representing Jamaica. It will make us better if he's playing regular club football and coming to the Jamaica team than to not be playing any football at all. And the only football is when he has an international game. We must agree to that. That he will come into the Jamaica team better if he's playing regularly than if he's not playing any football at all. We have to agree on that. And that is my point. I don't know if Ketarak disagree with that, but that is what I think Ketarak is saying.
Manning's one is a numbers thing I want to respond to you with about it and Ketarak. You see, if the numbers, so we measure the players from 1 to 100, and you say Ravel Morrison, coach, is rated 75. You with me, coach?
Yeah, man, I listen.
Sir Devon, all right?
Yeah,
rank 75. And this is where him rank at him low point. At him high point, him rank all 78. And we look at the other players that we want to say should be playing in the position over him. And to date, we have not been able to produce a central midfielder that ranks higher than 78 to outperform Ravel Morrison and take him spot by nature, just naturally. So what I'm looking at is the fact that we don't have anybody who outperform the man numerically. I mean in terms of his ability, not the business of what his club standard is, He doesn't have a club. That does not mean the man first touching better than all of the best central midfielders that we're trying to put in front of them. That mean the ability to play the ball, passing ability is going to be worse than people who are playing. So them say that you are judged by your last performance. Allow me to tell coach?
True. How you play, you get caught.
I will say
last
this.
Performance is where you get judged on.
Other detail.
Yeah, man, go ahead, man.
Let me just say this, and coach, I want you to understand me. We have not seen Ravel played in a competitive match against one of the teams in CONCACAF when we are playing for something yet. Of course, we judge him. And like I said, he's supposed to be in the squad for these friendlies. He's supposed to be selected for the Gold Cup. But if Ravel continues to not play in any club league or club competition, his performances for Jamaica will be affected. I can't understand how somebody disagree with that. I don't understand how somebody disagree with that. That if the man is not playing club football, it will affect him international performance.
I'm not disagreeing with that, Manning's man.
Okay.
Manning's man. I am not disagreeing with you. What I am saying is that class is permanent. So if the man attain the class of being above 70 ranked as a central midfielder, and we cannot find a central midfielder that is more capable than him in his ratings. All if the man not play one club, that is the ultimate fact that we want us to rest on. If his rating is higher than anybody else that we want to put in the position, the job is just for the person coming in to perform better. Because if you have a club and you're not performing better than the man, historically and currently, it's a challenge for me if you go say, boy, I'm going to just bench the man because he don't have a club, because I don't have a better option. So I'm not going to rely upon European clubs to decide what is best for Jamaica. What is best for Jamaica is that the best man playing a central midfield.
But clubs are all over the world, my brethren. Clubs are all over the world. Players go all over the world in order to get what is called regular first team football. There's a reason why they do it. Otherwise, everybody would sit at their yard and say, yes, me a big baller. And remember when 5 years ago, 30 years ago in under 23, I did this, that, and the other. All over the world. Come next season, you're going to see a multitude of players go out and loan to lower leagues, to more uncomfortable situation, just to get first team football, because first team football means something. The second thing is, I am asking always, people make these grand statements. Provide me the evidence of this class that you are speaking about. I learned about scouting and about analytics. In order to properly analyze and scout a player and give you a scouting report, it requires that the player must play at least 1,800 minutes in 2 consecutive seasons. Otherwise, what you are seeing may just be a flash in the pan, but not a trend that you can consistently count on. When you add up Ravel's game, in like 5 years, if you add up Ravel game, Ravel don't play as much game as Bobby Reid played in 1 season in the Premier League this year. And I am telling you, in my eyesight,
I have one more doublet to play for your Cataract.
Hold on, in my eyesight, Bobby Reid is better in the center of midfield than Ravel Morrison.
I have one more doublet to play for your Cataract.
Never.
Hear
Never
the
Never.
now, Cataract.
Never
Listen, you see, if you know quality, I say,
hold on.
All right, Chad, go on.
Hold on.
You say you never see like you talk
what?
You talk as if you don't or you never. Ravel never had a bad game. Watch West Ham. Watch West Ham. Ravel score a solo goal in a Premier League.
Me support Leeds. So I saw the games that Ravel played when he was in the championship.
Not in the championship, in a Premier League. No, man. If you say that, that's a lie.
Hold on. Say what? Go and look at the scores.
Ravel never play a bad game in our life. Once Ravel Morrison touch the bar, there is quality. He man score a solo goal against Tottenham. A normal player like Jonah Clemens can't get up and score a solo goal.
How many players have scored solo goals? The
in our best league in our world? No, my general.
If you
don't have quality, if you don't have quality.
Hold on, DJ, hold on. Chad,
yes,
let me say to you. He was at Sheffield United when Sheffield United was in the championship. You get that? And he could not boss. He could not boss.
Chad, Mr. Man, that's hold on, Chad. That's hold on.
Rudolph Austin and Robert Snodgrass. Why you tell me? You never watch championship. Nobody in Jamaica never used to watch championship before now, and championship ball of them come. But tell you that when Saturday come, everybody I watch Man U and Chelsea and Liverpool and Arsenal and who are Gunners and who are Spurs.
There's a double plate for you, right? Cataract.
Me have to survive 16 years. I watch match against Blackpool and Birmingham City and Gillingham and them something there. So when I tell you, I have seen the player play against my club, and on that day, he couldn't do jack against 2 very good, including one of our own in Rudolph Austin and Robert Snodgrass. He could not manage the middle and could not manage the man there. So Rudolph Austin, a general, and he can walk anywhere in the world and walked into any team and demanded and commanded a starting spot. And the coach couldn't bench him.
Nobody
born and grown.
Cataract.
Went to Leeds United and could not be benched. I saw Leeds. Hold on, man. I saw Leeds linked with other players. What I'm saying with you, when you talk about class, you have to provide me with the evidence. I am saying the evidence, for example, of
that's what I want to talk about, Cataract.
I'm going to Rudolph Austin's class, who's a class midfielder. Was that Leeds did the link to some big player, and them said, no, we don't need them. Make us spend the money on something else. Because this man here, he is of class. And he can take us. We thought he could have taken us in the Premier League. He took us near as part of the team. Right? But the fact is that there's evidence of Rudolph Austin's class. Rudolph Austin scored some massive goal for Jamaica. At points when we needed his goal, he came through. That's a class player, and that's evidence of class. And all may I ask, anybody provide me with the evidence of class, because a class player doesn't get benched. A class player doesn't come to a 38 game season and play 4 games. I know Palestine and Israel listen. I just reggae boys. The heat and the love. But we want a man answer me.
Yeah, but me like I said to you about this whole class thing still and
Yeah,
Qatar business.
can I say
You
something?
see, yeah, man, I got to after messages. What
Big.
I say is,
Yeah.
when it come to class, I remember someone saying to me that when Whitmore went to Brazil with some Jamaicans for a training camp, this is when him just get the post. And the Brazilians said to Whitmore and the rest of the man in the squad, say, all things being fair still, your most tactically sound player here today in the midfield is guess who? The coach. The man them said the player should actually have played for Jamaica with more same way in his old age. I must say like 30, whatever him did be at the time. Because man them say the class that is demanded now in football game, sometimes you can sacrifice speed, for a man who can make a 70-yard pass and drop it on a man foot. And the thing we're getting at is this. We're not supposed to quick to compare players to Ravel Morrison's career because you say if it was a job interview, the people did go for, and it was a job interview a central midfielder for Jamaica, we still come back down to the fact that the man record speaks for itself. The man just have a better record. If you have a young and upcoming person, have a better record and on the way up. Well, I'm sorry. And we don't have the spoils what we have in attacking talent when it comes to central midfield. We don't have very few talented ones that have gone out there and proven themselves. So if we just have to respect the man talent, if they try compare him to Rudolph Austin. Rudolph Austin never have the career Ravel Morrison have. And guess what I try to say all along? The man is 28. So the likelihood of the man coming and turning around his career in the last 3 years before 21 or before 32, it still exists. Maybe a Jamaica got be that pivot board, but we just not have somebody better. And that's all I'm going to say. Because man himself ease off a Ravel Morrison debate and move on to something else.
Well, but they are wait for the longest while, I hear everybody talk and think I might have enough. No, we could be serious and talk some football, right? And be logical and be fair and be real. So for me, Ravel is class. We can't doubt that. Ravel is class. No, for me, the first thing for me Ravel, for me, half the the team. Right? Because there's nobody right now in Jamaica team. And we have be fair. There's nobody right now in Jamaica team right now. Right? Who is as skilled as him on the ball. We're not talking about creativity, we're talking about skill. Who is as skilled as him on the ball, right? Now for me, first thing, Ravel for me, I think no matter how skilled him be and how his class, right? If him not play no level of football for a long period of time, him not go up to the standard as a person who is not as skilled as him, or as creative as him, but is playing football. You'll never be up to that person's fitness level. I have to be logical about that. None of we can count out that, right? So we can only base Ravel one for the chances that he have been given to play for, which is too much, right? We saw him in the first match where he got. I think it didn't start. It started in the first match. No, he came on in the first match against Saudi Arabia. No, we can all say that Saudi Arabia is not in the top this or in the top that, and them not playing a ball and them not playing up, Then they have them first team. We can't say all of that. But we can all agree that in his first game, right? And the minutes that he came on and played, right? We can all agree that in that first match that we got 3-0 from Saudi Arabia. In the second match that he played for most part. He played. we can see that there was a difference. Remember, we are talking about the same Saudi Arabia team now, no? We give it 3-0, you know. So remember, Saudi Arabia team, they the top this and then they top that and then play them top players, them. But them give it 3-0, right? In the first match. And we can definitely see the difference in the second match where we play against them, right? We literally, we boss them literally. We boss them. But with that second match, one important thing, Management made an earlier statement, earlier before a lot of persons came on the panel that him not say Whitmore playing a different style of football, different from sit back and counter attack and try to soak up pressure. But in that second game, I saw a different Jamaican team than what I've seen before. I saw a Jamaican team in that match. Yeah, as we can say they Saudi Arabia team and this and that. But we can't really talk on it, right? And I saw a different Jamaican team. And I never saw us playing with any defensive midfielder per se. No man, we have a break up no player we can say, yeah, it's a defensive midfielder. Who was in the middle for us? Daniel Johnson, right? Who is a more attack-minded player, right? Though he's a box-to-box player. Ravel Morrison, and I think Bobby Reid, because Leon Bailey and the guy named Campbell, I think, was playing on the wings, right? And I saw a different ball game. And for me, I've watched that match about 10 times. And most 85% of the time when we attack Saudi Arabia, we were in good position to score. We weren't playing with any CDM per se, and man, we have a break up the play, a data film role and a whole film position. So I saw a different ball game. So what I can take from that is that maybe Tapper was playing the type of football where we sit back and wait to attack because we didn't have any creative midfielder. And before that, we can really look that Tapper was trying to find a creative midfielder and he was trying to build the guy. What is his name? The guy that just got in the USL. Peter Lee Vassell. Went to the fact that he was the only player that showed any potential to can really pass the ball and create something to it. And Tapper was trying to use him to do that work. But now we have a Casey Palmer, we have Ravel on the team now, Daniel who goes up. And we now have a Maggie who I think is far more improved now than even Peter Lee Vassell. So we have the creative players now. So what I can say, I can really look at now and say, all right then, it's up to how Tapper use these players now. Because we're still short of a good right back, right? Because the two right backs we have, I mean, Alvarez is not playing and I mean.
No. You can't say that, you know. If Ravel go playing, you can't use Alvarez is not playing.
No, you're not.
You can't use that.
No, you're not.
No, man. Don't mention that though. Don't mention. Use anything else, but don't say Alvarez is not playing because Alvarez has been the best right back in Jamaica for years now.
We know that. Let's listen to me. Just listen to me, son, brother, man. Right? Listen to me, son, man. Me I say Alvarez is not playing now, right? And what's the guy name? What's the guy name? What's the next guy's name? Wes Hardy, right? But Alvarez is not playing right now. Alvarez has proven. That's why I said don't cut me, you know, man. Alvarez has proven to us that he might not be the best, but Alvarez has produced for us differently. So he's attack minded and he has provided attack work to us and defensive work. So he's experiencing that field playing in the CONCACAF, right? So we know we'll have to say that Ravel has to get the chance to play against one of the top teams to really judge him. Because remember we have Saudi Arabia is now big team, according to Cataract, right? Which we can all agree to say, but them play football and them make it to the World Cup more than we. Right? But we know have to give Ravel a chance to play against the top teams and then we can really right then if he can really keep up. But you know what Ravel has shown us in his last two matches when play, which is the Saudi Arabia match, he has shown us that he has something to offer that Jamaica has been missing for this longest while now. So we can't count him out. However, we have to be fair and know say if by World Cup time if by World Cup qualifiers time, as somebody said, Ravel playing no football. Me not say him enough for the team, right? Time of some of the half. But me not think him should not get more game time over no other man who play consistently. To me personally. And that's just my say.
Can I say something quick? Because remember, like my position is I believe he's class, you know. And based on his last performance, he deserves to play in these friendlies. But we must be consistent because based on Alva's last performance for Jamaica, though he has not been playing any football, he's supposed to play. All right. Now, people are saying that boy Wes Harding is better than Alvas, and them don't see Wes Harding play for Jamaica. Find that we're going to judge Ravel based on, because I have other games to judge Bobby Reid, and you know, I watched Bobby Reid at the game in Jared Park, so I watched Bobby Reid in those games. I've also been able to watch some of these guys playing. It's if you're looking at Ravel Morris, you'd have to go back a couple of years to see when he was playing football outside of representing Jamaica. Is he a class player? Yes. But this is a World Cup. And I remember 3 weeks ago, I came on this and talked about giving people chance. And everybody, I think it's only Alex on the panel, was agreeing with me because people were saying, who, chance, and often, man, don't forget no chance. We have to jump them. I was talking about the Maggie and these guys, and people were saying, what kind of chance in a World Cup qualifying and Gold Cup? With one of no man, no chance. Get the players in, the players who are playing. So we can't be using one criteria to say Ravel must play, and then we're not using it for other players. So if we're gonna argue it, just use the class thing. So listen, he's a class player. Based on his class, we're gonna play him. But don't say give chance, because we were saying we can't give Tyreek McGee no chance. We can't say boy in this, because we're not going to give Alvas Paul an opportunity if him not playing. Whatever you use for him, you have to use it for the other players. So use the class thing and say, listen, he's a class above everybody else. So based on that, we are going to play him. If he fails or if we get somebody else better, we will replace him. That is it. But don't get into all of the excuses, because the excuses mean that other people deserve the opportunity as well. And we can't run the team based on giving people opportunity when we want to go World Cup.
All right, hear my point on this now. You see, if Ravel play those games and have a woeful time on the pitch, you know, say we see him one, or some of the people who is on the side of Ravel, they're going to say it's because he's not playing any games. Give him some more time to find form. And if he plays well, the other side of the fence is going to say that Ravel a big ball a long time. I tell you that. You understand? So you see, Jamaican public or football fans, I do believe that they are very, 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 very hard to please. And if they take on to a player like a Ravel, it doesn't matter what we come with, these persons are going to stick to Ravel. You know what I mean? So, if this conversation can go on and on and on and on and on, because there's so many things to say about Ravel Morrison. So many things. But I heard Cataract was coming in before I started to talk. Shoot, Cataract.
No.
Watch your eyes. Watch your eyes.
Again, I wanted to ask again, because no one has actually answered the question except by repeating the phrase.
Oh, what's the question?
Class.
Let me ask the question.
Asked again. Please provide me the evidence in some way, shape, or form that Ravel Morrison is a class attacking central midfielder. I gave the example about Rudolph Austin. I wasn't saying they don't play the same positions, but you can look at class in different positions and see what it is. For me, a class attacking midfielder. And I take
No,
it from
but
Google.
you ask the question and I answer.
You have to be providing goals and assists.
Right.
Those are the measurements
Uh-huh.
of an attacking midfielder. Goals, assists, and key passes. Let me add a third one. And if you want to add a fourth, chances created, which is really key passes in another word.
All right, you see, I can attempt to answer that question. You see, for his international games, I will never and I will not use whatever he would have done at club level, whether on loan and all of that. Me not gonna use that. You understand? I am going to judge Ravel based off his 1.5 games with Jamaica. So as the games heap up, if it does, and for me, this is going to be a project because this is a serious matter. You see the facts them where Cataract bring, a lot of persons don't like facts. And that's why me kind of throw it outside and say me I gonna use him international thing because he came with some salient points. You understand? But for me now, I'm going to take it as a project to going forward to ensure, say, I use my coach's eye now to watch Ravel. So if me have a video it, and put it in the coach's eye, slow it down, I ensure me watch the passes, then when I make the accurate passes and all of that, I'm going to do that. But for the 1.5 games that he has played, to me, in my eye test estimation, I do believe that he would have been a formidable addition in that position.
And coach, I'll let you say that because remember, and I come from all different backgrounds, right? But one is that every time you remember that you put a player in, there is some, and that's maybe me take it too wide if me do. Instead of say your program is not a social justice program, right? But in Jamaica, you have many people who walk the straight line and do the right thing every day. And somebody just cut in front of them and get a blind and get through. When you pick a player, right, remember that they are, in Jamaica's case, there are many other players whose opportunity you would have taken away. And as a trap man, you would recall the big brouhaha between when Merlin Atty and Jamaica, let's say Merlin Atty for dip on the team. And nobody now listened to the reason. She failed to come in the top 4, was that the case? And then everybody must say she must step on the team. Like with Merlin Atty's class. Merlin Atty is the darling. And we have come to see that the young lady whose place that we were going to kick her to the curb for has turned out to be our darling.
No, you're talking Veronica Campbell, not Merlin.
Yes. No, man.
It was Shelley who qualified. It was Veronica. Yeah, and then the crowd wanted Veronica because she's
Veronica, right. And Shelley and is now our darling.
Yes.
I saw the thing go. Just remember that Ufa foot we are kick where them are somebody pick the toe. And they also are training day in and day out. Them are follow the rules and the line, and them now bring no disrepute, even though those things are there, because people can make mistakes. Right?
And you get it right.
And I want to ask a question though.
But before you ask the question, Cataract, I want to chime in on a part then. Because you see, the tracks thing and the football thing is two different. There's a selection process based on how you would have performed. No. What is the selection process of JFF?
That is the question.
No, that is the issue. Exactly. And that's the big issue, So that is what we should find out before we start, go down in the nitty-gritty and say, because I want to know what is the selection process.
England had a selection process that said you had to be playing for one of the big 6 clubs to be selected for England. There was a time when if you were not playing for Manchester United, Liverpool, Chelsea, or whatever, unless you were like super exceptional, And even when you were super exceptional, the entire English media had to get behind you and make a campaign for you coming the side. Because England was Steven Gerrard, Frank Lampard. That was the middle, right? The middle was basically taken from Liverpool, Man U, and Chelsea.
Hey, me have some interview question line up, and them the inner my question, If me talk to anybody in the hierarchy, then question the lineup, Me want to know what is the selection process, because until we know that, then some of my persons they will get involved, will get picked.
And what I want to say to you is, a player like we are told that Kido Hart has on his own gone out and gotten his Jamaican passport, right? He has played every game this season for the under-23 of Arsenal. And by all accounts, a coach, I don't know if he's the best coach or even a good coach, has looked at him and seen it fit to give him a professional contract at Arsenal. And the coach is there. So somebody has done the eye test for us. And I reject strongly that you can look at a player for one game or 1.5 games and say he's class, in the same way that you can look at a player for one game and say him a rubbish. Right?
Can I say something?
One game is a snapshot in time.
Yeah, but Cataract, you can see glimpses, and comment on based on where you see. Look here,
You can, but you can't make a definitive judgment.
And that's why, but if you notice the point that I make, going forward on his international games, I would heap them up now and make comparison. That's why I say it's going to be my project. Because as so now, I'm going to know if this kid is the real deal. Because the one game that he plays, I am a little bit impressed. Somebody else possibly is not impressed. But because he's going to get more games, then we're going to use those statistics and ensure that we actually come together, culminate it and say, all right, based on game 1, game 2, I will put all of them together. We know, say, all right, this player is not ready. You understand?
Yeah, let me say this. Okay, coach, let me say this. I am glad that Ravel has not been consistently playing for a club, because if he were, he would not be playing for Jamaica. That's just the honest truth. He would probably be in the England squad because he's that good. The thing is that at the international level, it's a lot of leg work, a lot of traveling, a lot of physical, and he needs to be playing competitively. The other thing I will say is this. I think I brought this up before. All right, so Kareem Paris, let's use him as an example. There may be other reasons. I don't know why he's not in the squad. What I wouldn't want is that a Kareem Paris was told that, listen, you can't stay in Jamaica. You need to go into Europe. He goes into Europe. It took some time as a youngster for him to adjust. He wasn't called, he adjusted. He's having a good season. And he's not been, but he doesn't get selected. And then a Ravel Morrison, who's not playing any football, is selected. To a Kareem Paris, that you understand me? Because some of these players were told that you have to be playing regularly to get called. Right? And so they have gone overseas to look for regular football, and then a person who is not playing regularly gets called, and they are told it's because this person is class ahead of them. In Kareem Paris said, for example, I don't know, he must be saying, but I'm playing in a league over here and I'm scoring goals. What else can I do? What am I going to, if I'm playing in a league and scoring goal, and you're still saying that a man who is not playing is deserving of a spot, what am I going to do to get into your team? That is the question we have to answer.
Can I answer the question?
Yeah.
So, look, guys, anywhere in life, talent most times supersedes everything else. And you go play in 100 different leagues and score 100 different goals. If you're not as good as the next person, coaches are going to pick the best talent they can. Now, some coaches will want discipline, commitment, all these other attributes. But most time, talent is what wins out. And I've watched Ravel play, not just for Jamaica. Ravel is a head case, but Ravel is talented. It's a fact. And if he wasn't better than the other players, hold up. If he wasn't better, why would they pick him?
Okay, so Bertram, so let me ask you again. So your answer to my question is that I can ask Kareem's family to tell him that Ravel is better than you, so you're not going to get called. Is that the answer to the question? Because that is what I'm asking. Do you tell Karim Paris that, listen, you're not going to get called for the team because Ravel is better than you? That is the question I'm asking you. That is what you must tell.
Yes. Yeah, but that's a fact. It's a fact.
Okay. So though Ravel is not playing any football and Karim is playing and scoring goals, because he's better than you, he's going to get called and you're not. Okay, fine. I'm cool. That's the answer.
Let me give an example. When Southgate took over England, he told players that if you're not playing consistently for your club, he's not going to call you, right? Your production has to demonstrate that. So Theo Walcott, who played for Arsenal with Everton, was scoring a lot of goals. Southgate picked his team, and Theo said, well, you picked A, you didn't pick me. And Southgate come up with some other excuse. Because you know why? He didn't like Theo's game. He liked the other player wasn't playing for his team regularly. Theo was scoring goals, but he don't like your game.
You said not playing for his team regularly is different from not playing any at all. Use the example I'm using. I don't want to go over the place and draw all kind of analogies. One player is not playing any at all. You told a 17-year-old to go overseas to develop himself, play regularly so he can play. He's playing regularly, scoring goals, and then you are playing a player who is not playing any at all. What do you tell the player who you're told to go overseas and develop? That's what I want you to answer. I don't want to hear about Southgate and Walcott. That's what I answer already. So leave it. You said that, tell him that he's...
Slow down. They already asked you a question. You said I can tell you to tell you yes or no, right? So don't tell me what to tell you about what you asked me. I'm going to answer my way. Let's remember that.
All right,
boss.
Let me challenge Bertram.
Yes.
Right? Good. Bertram. I ask again because you just came on, but I assume you might have been listening to all.
No, I wasn't. I was at dinner. I just came from
I am going to say to you, I'm going to say it, and you've got your big cup of tea. Right. I'm going to say it to you again.
Yeah.
And I've asked. First, I'm going to challenge you and ask you, what game of Ravel Morrison did you watch?
Because, so when Ravel used to play...
Let me finish. Let me go. Go ahead. As I pointed out to the men in recent time, in the last 4 years, Ravel has played about 12 games.
Right.
Over 4 clubs. So there's no games for persons consistently put down for you to come up with a judge of class. You have a player who goes to a club, fails to break into the first team, fails to hold a regular position, fails to secure a contract, and is released at the end of whatever loan or whatever contract it is.
Right.
That's not a player of class. When a class player comes at a club, he starts, he excites, he scores goals, he makes assists, and everybody loves him, and then the club tries to sign him. That's the trajectory of a class player. What we are looking at is a trajectory of a failed player who fails at each.
Hold on, wait.
I never put nobody.
You can't say man's a failure.
Mute my mic. I am telling you from my reading, and including the fact that I'm going to say it again. When he was in the championship and came up against Leeds United,
oh Jesus,
he failed in those 2 games because somebody earlier said he's never had a bad game because Rudolph Austin and Robert Snodgrass bossed him around the field, right? Boxed him out with all the skill and trickery and all the stuff that he had. And unfortunately, Leeds was successful. So my eye test is a different eye test. What I saw him play for Jamaica is have a good game. And I'm happy because I don't want no player for having a bad game. I don't bad mind nobody. But one thing in football that you look for is consistency. Anybody can have a 1 game. Anybody can have a 1 good night in a martial arts and beat me. But they can beat me every time I go in a ring? No. So
now that's why Cataract, the 1 game when play is an opportunity for you, right?
Oh, man, what more ask you, Cataract?
We never know you agree.
Hold on now. Yes,
we never know you agree.
Yeah, man.
No, me never hear.
Football. All I would know football. And
okay.
Ravel Morrison
no, that me know you agree.
Was the best player.
Can't get man of the match
in the
now.
midfield.
So can I get a word?
Where you come from, Cataract?
Guys, can I get a word
Cataract,
in?
where that
Hold
come
on,
Can I
from?
get
hold
a
on.
word in?
Let
Can
me
I
just
get a word in? Can I
Bertrand.
get a word in?
Bertrand, I'm
Bertram,
saying that
I want to ask you my question.
that players,
No, no, no.
not
Can I get a
because
word?
of
Can I get
your
a word? Can I get
talent,
a word in?
you get a pass and you just come in the team and displace players who are maybe not, you might be at a 10 and the next man is at a 9. You don't just displace him. And it's full with, the world is full with very talented people who ride the bench because of many reasons.
So, Cataract, can I say this?
Cataract.
Two things. One,
Bertram,
Cataract. Go ahead.
thanks for you for coming because he just beat me up earlier on Cataract. You said Ravel play in the last 4 years. So now it's 2021. So since 2017, you say he played 12 games.
No, man, hold on. Let me don't want to tell a lie, but man.
No, you say he plays 12 games.
Hold on. I don't want to tell a lie, but man. I'm going to tell you. Sorry.
And now I'm going to
Since
tell you that
since 2019, let me correct myself. Since 2019, he played roughly about 13 games between Aston Stad, Sheffield United, Middlesbrough, and Den Haag. But my point I made earlier was that since 2014, that there's only 1 year that he has played double figures. Hold on, man. This is a player. Let me go again for everybody who in 2014 played 7 games for Cardiff in half a season. That means 7, right? Out of the 20-something games. 4 games for Lazio. 5 games for Queen's Park Rangers in half a season. 6 games for Aston Stad in half a season. 1 game for Sheffield United. 3 games for Middlesbrough. And 4 games for Den Haag.
So why did you miss the 18 games he played for Atlas in the Mexico?
No, I said from 2019, you know. I said to you, I said it's only 1 year that he has played double figures number of games. But 18 games in a 40-game season, meaning...
He wasn't at Queen's Park Rangers.
For half a season.
2019, you called
Queen's Park Rangers for half a season in 2017.
Rangers. That was 2017.
He played half a season.
Yes, and you start coming down the line. Hold on. And you start coming down the line, but you haven't. After Queen's Park Rangers, he went to Atlas. So you should have named that he plays 18 games.
I started with Atlas. Atlas and said.
No, you did not. So don't blame me for your shortcomings.
I said he played 1 season where he had a double figure number of games. And in every other club from 2014 to today, he has played less than 8 games for that club. He has only had half-season loans. You know what half-season loans is indicative of? Indicative of a player that has not stamped his authority class or has not fitted into that team.
Okay.
Because if you go, hold on, man. Since 2014,
how much games did you say he plays in 2014?
In 2014, he played 15 games for Queen's Park Rangers in half a season and 6 substitute appearances. Then in the second half of the season, he went on loan to Cardiff City and only played 7 games until the end of the season.
Okay.
At which point, he went back to his home club, which was West Ham, right? And was sold to Lazio. So, I make my point again. Since 2014, it is only in 2017-2018 season when he played half a season with Atlas, played 18 games, scored 3 goals, and even then, he went on a 1-year hiatus. He couldn't find a club between Atlas and them, because when he went back, he was not in the Lazio team, you know, right?
And let me ask the next question.
When he went back,
all of the stats I give Cataract.
Can I get a word in, please?
West Ham. He never played for West Ham.
Yeah. He played for West Ham in 2012.
Oh, you're not going so far. Okay.
He played for West Ham for 3 years. for 3
Cataract.
years between 2012 and 2016.
Can I get a word in? Can I get a word in? Can I get a word in? I want to squash all of this. Can I get a word in?
3 goals. So for each year that he was at West Ham, he scored 1 goal. That was the sum total of his contribution.
Yeah.
And this is class.
So can I get a word in?
Okay, if this is class, what do you call Harry Kewell? What do you call? I'm calling foreign attacking midfielders. What do you call Michail Arteta? What do you call those attacking midfielders? What do you call Paul Scholes?
If he plays,
can I get a word in, please? Can I get a word in?
And he's still that good. Can you imagine if he had played full season with other clubs? What would happen? And he's still our best.
Imagine.
He is still our best talented midfielder. Can you imagine that?
And that means that we have a very serious problem, which is what somebody said earlier.
Guys,
I think it was Rome said earlier that if Ravel is the best creative midfielder we have, and there's all this question about him, we have a serious problem in that position.
I mean, said that one.
Coach, sorry.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Bottom line is this.
Help me, Bertram. Help me with him. Come on,
Bertram. So I'll say
me.
this. I think the coach has it right. If we're saying Ravel is a nomad and a maverick, can't hold on a position in the team, I'll say a couple of things. One is, if you play for somebody in the team and somebody think you're good, that's why they bring you in the first place. You go from West Ham to Lazio to a bunch of these teams. Secondly, if you don't play, as Cataract says, and play football for a while, and you can play with us and you're the MVP of a game or half a game, it says one of two things. Either the state of your football is really bad or you're very good. Now, we know Ravel is a very troubled child.
Yeah,
we've known that from his Manu days. It's West. That's why he's a nomad. That's why he travels around so much. Probably has an attitude problem. Don't get along for whatever the reason. Now, as a great agent, probably to get in so many teams, because everyone want to take a chance on you if they think you have talent. Let me say that again. People take a chance on you. If you've been such a nomad, most people don't want to touch you. If they think you have talent and they can be your stopping place, and they believe that they can harness that talent, they're going to bring you in and try you out. Now, it hasn't worked out. But let's say this. I don't think we have any midfielder currently in the Jamaican team who has Ravel talent or demonstrated talent on the field at the highest level of competition. And frankly, Ravel plays both ways. Ravel is not like a McGee who just plays one way. He plays both ways. He contributes in both ways. So I don't disagree with the notion that, yes, you got to have standards. Those standards need to be consistent and applied. But as I said before, most time coaches want to win, and they're going to use the talent at their disposal. And right now, is the best until you can replace him with better players, is the best you have. I rest my case.
All right.
Here's
what I would say to that big man thing. Here's what I would say.
Some wrong facts has been shared in the group chat, in this chat here.
So you guys know how you feel about Ravel Morrison, see? And so here's what I would say to that. The fact that this man's been moving around like a parson donkey for all of his career should tell you guys that nobody wants to sacrifice to have Ravel in the team. That should tell you everything you need to know. I want to know a couple of things. Who did this scouting to bring Ravel into the Jamaica national team? Because Ravel only played 4 games for Ten Hag. And why would he stop in the middle of a season for Ten Hag? You guys not asking these questions. You know what the problem is with Jamaica fans? Majority of the panel right now and majority of the fans was raving about Ravel Morrison. Half of which never seen him play prior to that match in November against Saudi Arabia. You use 1.5 games to identify Ravel Morrison as your capture. I know Jamaica fans are suffering from Stockholm syndrome. Because right now you're saying, this man who captured my heart, there's no one better. So no matter what, Ravel Morrison will be playing. I've been saying this thing since the beginning of this year, that if Ravel Morrison does not find a team, if Ravel Morrison is not in a team by February, by the end of January, there's no way he should be back in the Jamaica squad. Simple as that. It's as simple as that. There's no way we should be sitting here saying, oh my God, he has so much talent. by that logic, we might as well call back Walter Boyd and tell him to come play forward because he has so much talent. You understand what I say?
I think we're making.
Let me ask this. The baller Luca Levy. Is he a better player than Ravel?
Listen, I can answer that. Luca Levy should not be in the squad over Karim Paris. And somebody in the chat saying that Karim Paris left Jamaica at 17. He left Dintil, went to Cavaliers. When he went to Europe, he was 17 years old. He's older now. Part of the reason was for him to develop. Maybe he's not available for whatever reason. All I'm saying is that, based on Ravel's last game, he should be in it. But if you're going to call out a Luca Levy, all due respect still, he hasn't done enough either, and he was not in a club. And this is the problem I'm having. It's not a Ravel. Luca Levy was not in a club when he was called. And I'm saying he's a good youngster.
Martin Davis.
But that's the problem I'm having, gentlemen.
That is the problem. You don't see the problem. There are other players out there who are not been given a chance, and they are playing football.
The problem is the selection process. I believe the problem is the selection process. And that needs to be solved.
Keep on saying,
Coach,
I beg you, based on his last game.
Coach, the selection problem, you hit the nail on the head.
Then that may have changed a long time.
Let me give you an example. Giovanni Brown starts and plays the whole season for Colchester in League 2 and doesn't get called up, but we go down and call Omar Holness from the semi-pro league. You can't match out the team. You are the player who played under 17, have a Jamaican passport, starting and playing for his club. You go past him and go down in the non-league, go dig out a baller. We pass Jamil Matt. If you want to say, well, things was bad and you never have nobody. For years, we overlook Jamil Matt and say he's playing in League 2. Right? And then we went to a non-league team to take up a non-league baller. So there are too much inconsistencies in the selection that then causes fans to wonder what is happening and why it is happening. And I think we should be clear about what the selection policy is. We should be clear about how players are selected. And when players are not selected, a press conference must give a reason.
Yes. And you see this thing, Catara.
Hold on. When you don't select a player in England, so they have to give a reason. Otherwise, that media from that, when he wasn't selecting Jack Grealish, the whole Midlands thing used to light a fire under him. But he had to give a reason and say, well, X, Y, Z is the case. He does not like Theo Walcott. Period. Southgate has never liked Theo Walcott, Bertrand. He doesn't like his style. He doesn't like his hairstyle.
Catara, like my point is that you and Simon and Devon have a huge database. Plus the local pool of players that plays across the island. Is it a case where you gentlemen should be approached and a systematic thing be set up where you have the overseas-based players that are Jamaican, have some connection with Jamaican, along with the locals, be placed in a pool, and we set up a criteria to ensure that a proper selection is done based on form, whatever you want to put it as. But it can't be a case where players just get up and be selected based off friendship and all sorts of nuances.
Coach,
that needs to stop.
Coach, we have come to the end of the season. My suggestion to the GFF, if they're watching in this last minute, after the game in Japan, you're not going to take these players because they don't have no passport, right? Call up 56, that's 223-man squad worth of players in England, and say, I'm calling you to come and play at Jamaica Invitational versus a Jamaica Invitational. Ask Dean Burton to coach one team. Ask Jason Ewell a thing. Ask Darren Moore. Darren Moore might be busy. And also say that ask the man who have. Ask Joby McAnuff to coach one team and Dean Burton to coach the other. And say, here is a match between Jamaicans in England, and all of we can sit down. One, we can see who comes, so we know who wants to play for Jamaica. And two, we can see who really can play with each other.
Make
because
it quick. We're out
otherwise
of time.
from that, you're guessing.
Yeah,
You can
man,
call the players for an invitational for a camp simultaneous to what is going on because they can't play in the Gold Cup and have somebody run the rule over them. You have Morgan Gibbs-White who start for Wolves as an attacking midfielder. You have Jacob Murphy at Newcastle who start for Newcastle and play every minute. We're not short of attacking midfielders. We're just short of a process to get the best talent into the best position.
All right, gentlemen, the show is about to close. We're out of time. So I'm going to give everybody about 30 seconds starting in the room because I have something I want to say a long time. No rebuttals from nobody. So if you have a rebuttal, just wait till your time for talk. Please. Go ahead, room. You can mute.
Yeah. The last thing we will say about Ravel Morrison is that it looks like majority 95% everybody I was judging Ravel Morrison and the last time he played. You have to remember the last time Ravel Morrison played, he was also with a club training day in, day out. For the past half a year, Ravel Morrison has not been doing so. So the next game, I might see a totally different Ravel Morrison. Not the talented, great Ravel Morrison we all are rave about. Anyway,
and
great discussion.
Based off that.
Thanks to all of the man. They bless upon yourself. Yeah.
All right. Cranky.
Bless upon yourself.
Well, I'll say a couple things. One is talent is permanent and form is temporary. I said it 101 times. And Ravel has talent. He just has a head case. And secondly, if we follow what Cataract is suggesting, you will probably get a max of 3 players in the Jamaican team, which will not be acceptable to the Jamaican public at home. Period. And you're lucky if you get 3 in. You'll get the keeper in, and you get Bailey in, and you may get Taxi in, maybe. And in fact, if you pick the right team, if the players who don't play for England decide to come in, you won't get Taxi in either. So be careful what you wish for.
All right. I am sure. Are you are sure?
Yeah, man. Again, respect to everybody. Always good. I mean, I always get some good insight from all the panelists and the persons in the chat sharing. So, a lot of respect and thank you again, Coach, for the opportunity. I'll say this. Listen, I want for the good of Jamaica football and the World Cup campaign, I want Ravel to get in a club. I believe he's a world-class talent, but to display that world-class talent, he must be playing regularly. That's all I'm asking. I think it will hurt the campaign if he's not in a club during the World Cup campaign. Official. That's all I'm asking. Do it for yourself, do it for Jamaica. Get whatever you need to do, get in a club. I am sure. Check out the channel.
Yeah, man, big up. Devon, 30 seconds.
I just gonna say this. Since the coach national field, but as Cranky says, he has demons, and if we can find out what is his problem, and if we can help him and try to help him and see if we can
all right, we're not here in Devon, so move on to other details.
What I want to say is, I want to live off a Ravel case, man. I just feel like as Jamaicans, if we just support a Jamaican, we try to make it best. But in terms of the last couple seconds, just want to big up people in their comments. You see me? All I'm on them who did participate, and I look forward to a wonderful show tomorrow again. You see me? Big up room for the host and big up coach. You see me? All the best.
Yeah, man, respect. Cataract.
So big up all the supporters in the comment. 192 watching, 127 likes. Wanna do the thing. Support. Big up all the Jamaicans who taking part in trying to get promoted. Jamal Lowe, Ethan Pinnock, and all those who even haven't come on, like young Ellis there at Blackpool. Just wishing you well. Stay injury free, whichever club you go for, and we'll be back again tomorrow, coach. Still at the triple threat.
Yeah, man, triple threat, man.
You know, and Sunday, Reggae Boys commentary, myself and Simon. 150 strikers in England of Jamaican heritage. We are going through them and show the world what a talent pool we have. I will still look forward to the start of the RSPSL. Every Jamaican everywhere, big up yourself. Love the violence. Don't bother with it tonight.
All right. Big up yourself, Cataract Son. So big up everybody. Gentlemen, Rome. Yeah, the man who kick off the triple treat for this weekend. You know. Big up yourself, first night. And you did an excellent job. Big up yourself. Big up to all of the panelists. You have the Cataract Sound Killer. You have I Am Sure Sports, the Pastor. We have Devon, the Scout. We have Cranky, the businessman. All the details, the analysts. Trust me, everybody play them part, man. Big up on yourself, people. Thanks again for tuning in. Even the persons who are watching, we had over 200 people online tonight watching. Big up yourself. Thanks for the support. Trust me, people. This will get nicer and nicer because tomorrow we're supposed to be having a special guest or two. Yeah, man. And when the man them see that special guest, we're not gonna be excited. You know what I mean? So big up on yourself. We're not saying nothing more. Like I said, I always say, bless up yourself. Take care of yourself. Do what the necessary to ensure that you stay safe. Peace out. Yeah, man.